Welcome, everyone. Okay, here we go. Welcome. Welcome to our regular City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 27, 2016. Our meeting's located at the Veterans Memorial Hall. Look forward to all of you today. For the record, we do have a quorum. Councilmember Makowiecki is absent, but we do have a quorum, and we'll call the meeting to order. And with that, if we can all join in a moment of silence. Thank you, folks. And with that, if you can join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, folks. Moving on, we don't have any recognition items for tonight. Closed session report. Mr. Pannoni?
I moved over here.
You did.
There were 3 items discussed, but there was no reportable action.
Thank you. And Mayor and council members' reports and announcements. Mr. Heading, do you want to start us off?
Thank you and good evening. Being your liaison to the Integrated Waste Management Board, maybe some feedback we've talked about in the community over the last few months. First, your little waste container that you've received for composting, less than 10% of us are using those across the county. So this is a pitch to get you to use those. Just remember what you need to do is to put the contents of those weekly into the green waste container. That's absolutely correct. If you don't have one, find a neighbor. But we would like to see the utilization increase for that. Number 2, the redemption issue, for those of you that collect cans. You know, it's really become a problem, and it's economic. We talked about it at the IWMA, and just very briefly, there is nothing on the horizon that is coming down to mitigate that issue. And so if you happen to know of a place in another county or in the county that is still taking redemptive cans, etc., bottles, those are the ones you're going to have to utilize. This is totally a financial issue promulgated by the state. The money's dried up, and as far as we know, that program will end. Last but not least, we talked about the medicine take back program, which in this county we are a pioneer for. We do not want you throwing away medicines in the inappropriate places, like down the toilet, down the sink, or buried in the backyard. All pharmacies in this county participate in that program. However, that's in jeopardy because of the State Board of Pharmacy. So the IWMA is working to lobby the State Board of Pharmacy not to implement stringent regulations that might usurp that program. So thank you for that opportunity. Thank you.
Great, John. Thank you. Noah?
Thank you. I did just want to follow up you at our last meeting, our joint meeting with the Harbor Advisory Board and the Planning Commission. We were talking quite a bit about the Embarcadero and Centennial Parkway, and did want to put a plug in for the second workshop for the Plan Morro Bay sessions related to the general plan update. And this second workshop is going to focus on the downtown waterfront area and the connection there. And it's going to be October 12th. That's a Wednesday from 6 to 8:30 here in the Vets Hall. and going to be looking at design character and some of the nearer term improvements that we could implement, and trying again to connect the waterfront and the Embarcadero and what we'd like to see there in the long term. So if you are available, please participate in this. Again, that's Wednesday, October 12th from 6 to 8:30. And you can also get more information at morrobayca.gov/plan Morro Bay, or by contacting our Planning and Community Development Director, Scott Graham, at the City Planning Department. So I hope to see you there.
Great announcement, Noah. Thanks. Christine?
Hi. Yes, I have 3 announcements. I don't know if anyone is going to talk about another exciting public art event going on in Morro Bay. I told you about the cows 2 weeks ago, and now I'm going to tell you about the Surfboard Art Festival. I was able to attend the kickoff last Saturday evening, and it was a fabulous event at one of our local galleries, which I'm not going to steal thunder. I think you may be hearing from this local gallery tonight, but it was Forever Stoked, and we saw all the fantastic art on surfboards. So now you're going to be wanting to watch for where those surfboards will pop up throughout the community, and you'd like to get yourself one of these maps and have a scavenger hunt. Take a look. It's very exciting. This is the 3rd annual, and the proceeds support Morro Bay in Bloom. So that's something that's unique to Morro Bay. Exciting. 2 other announcements about things I do in addition to council duties is the Homeless Services Oversight Council had its meeting last week, and that's a countywide meeting of people talking about homeless issues in our county. It's other cities and other supervisors and folks who provide services. So wanted to let the community know that we're already working on establishing a warming center someplace in the North Coast for this winter. Hopefully we'll be a little ahead of the curve this year, working with the county right now to find out if there's a county facility we can utilize, and I'll let you know about that, and we'll be following up on that as information progresses. So we were prepared last year in our city of Morro Bay, and we'll be so prepared again this year, whether it's in our city or one of our neighboring communities. So I'll let you know about that. But lots of good work being done on the homeless services on homeless services in general, although I know it's a challenge for all of us. We're not alone in that. Certainly other cities struggle too. And then tomorrow I'll be attending the Economic Vitality Corporation meeting. And this is sort of information for you if you're interested in this topic. They will be talking about what's going on, previewing what will be happening at the Board of Supervisors meeting. And my technology is letting me down. So the announcement that I want to make is if you're interested in housing policy, countywide workforce housing policies, ordinances and guidelines, and things that may have an impact on affordable housing in our county, there's a special housing policy meeting at the Board of Supervisors on Tuesday, October 4. And they're really promoting this. It's going to be, my understanding is more of a workshop and not as much of a formal meeting. So if anyone's interested in policies that could have an impact on developing housing affordable to our workforce countywide, tune in to the Board of Supervisors meeting October 4. I don't have a time here, but my guess is it's probably going to start at 9. Or you can always follow up with the Board of Supervisors website as well. So there is some action on affordable housing. Of course, they're talking about it kind of really big picture view and how to create policies that then generate the housing. So it's not like it's going to come online tomorrow, but if you do have a special interest in it, please do tune in October 4. Thanks.
Great. And with that, that'll conclude council announcements, and we'll move on to presentations. And for tonight, we have a presentation from Rideshare Week, Mr. Peter Williamson from SlowCog. Oh, it's not. It's not. Oh.
Hello, I'm Sarah. I'm from SlowCog.
Hi, Sarah.
The newest member of SlowCog. My name's Sarah Trauger. I'm the new Rideshare Program Coordinator. And I'm here to promote another event going on throughout the county. It's called Rideshare Week, and it's a week where we invite everyone in the county to try a new way of commuting, especially those of you who are in what we call single-occupant vehicles. You drive by yourself in your own car. We're trying to get you to pick up a friend or ride your bike or walk to work. And so we have our beautiful posters. I've left a couple of them in the back for you if you want to hang them up around town. I've also left stickers. I run Walk to School Day, which is Wednesday of that week, and we ask that students walk to school, and hopefully you guys will join either your kids or your grandkids or whomever you know that goes to school. So we do have a pledge program on supercommuter.org so that you can share your spirit online and let everyone else know that you are going to participate in Rideshare Week. My coworker Peter, who was supposed to be here, is at different areas throughout the community asking people to join that pledge program at their work this week. So today he was at AG Hospital. Tomorrow he'll be at Big Sky Cafe, I believe in Sloan, not the one here. And then on Thursday he'll be at Rantac in Los Osos. And then different places around San Luis Obispo County will also be having Rideshare Week events, and here they are. On Monday, TMHA in San Luis, IQMS in Paso, October 5th, Cal Poly, and Thursday, Atascadero State Hospital, and Friday, nowhere, just hopefully that you guys will have joined. Different, promotional events that are going on that week is Slow Transit will be giving free rides all week. Morro Bay Transit has Try It Thursday, so free rides on Thursday. Bolt About is a electric bicycle company in San Luis Obispo run by Cal Poly students, and they are renting their electric bicycles at a $29 for the week. You can try it out. Wally's Bicycles has some deals. Enterprise Van Pool does as well, and we can help you set up that van pool. And if you do have any questions about starting a van pool or about carpooling or about riding the bus for the first time, please do call 511 or check out slow511.org. We're here to help you make a smart commute choice and join in Rideshare Week. And then we will be running giving out best workplaces for commuters to employers who are participating and engaging their employees in Rideshare Week. And then the program that I'm running, I've just included the San Luis Coastal U.S. Schools that are going to be walking to school on October 5th. And that is all, unless you guys have any questions.
Any questions from council? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for letting me.
We have our posters.
Oh, good. And there's a couple extra in the back. So.
Okay.
Perfect.
Great. Thank you. And with that, that'll conclude our presentation. Thank you very much. And so we have speaker slips in the back. I already have some for speaker slips for public comment. I just want to make sure everybody's aware. And then we have public comments for every item on the agenda. And before we go into public comment, we have a lead off with a business of the night, opening on that up. And I'm going to invite Chris Peterson up from Forever Stoke, and he's going to tell us a little bit about his gallery and work. Welcome.
Thanks for having me tonight. Appreciate it.
Make sure you're in the mic, Chris.
Again, my name is Chris Peterson, artist and owner of Forever Stoked. I just want to give you guys a little information about what Forever Stoked is. It's an artist collaborative that was started with 5 artists. We've all known each other for over 25 years, and we grew up surfing and doing art together. So that's what the name Forever Stoked came from, and that was the inspiration. So we've continued to surf and do art together, from that time. We've been in the gallery now for 5 years. We've been doing business for 18 years. Very happy to have a gallery in Morro Bay. Love it here. It's an amazing place. But beyond our 5 artists, we also feature guest artists. Every 4 months or so, we have an art show where we rotate the artists and bring in new artists always to keep it fresh. So it's not just always our stuff. And we did just have the unveiling for the Surfboard Art Festival, which was awesome. Yeah, if you guys couldn't make it, there was a bunch of cool boards, and look forward to seeing them around town. We also did a community mural at the Avocado Margarita Festival, which was awesome. Yeah, we must have had at least 100 people participate in that. And it was a 5 by 10 foot mural with the words love on it, and everyone was welcome to paint on it. So we love doing that, and we'd be excited to do more of that throughout the community. I don't know if any local business owners have wall space in their business or a wall that's open that they might want that done on as well. Another thing we do is we call it a paint party, and it's people can bring a glass of wine or a beer, and we go to the gallery and we all kind of paint together, and like I'll lead the class. I'll paint one of my paintings in front, and I'll guide the group, and I'll go around and help them all with their paintings. So that's a really fun activity too, and that would also be something we could do at local businesses. So, but yeah, come by and check out the gallery. Yeah, Forever Stoked, 1164 Quintana Road. And thanks again for having me. Appreciate it.
Right on, Chris.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It was a good show.
Yeah.
All right. Always great to lead off. All right, thanks. So with that, we'll open it up for public comment. I'll start it off with our speaker slips. Erica Crawford, followed by Carol Truesdale.
Good evening, Honorable City Council, Mayor, staff. Just two really brief announcements. The first is that the Chamber of Commerce is bringing together all of the candidates for a candidate forum that's moderated by the Neutral League of Women Voters. That is for Morro Bay business owners, residents. That's happening Monday, October 3rd, this upcoming Monday, at 6 p.m. at the Community Center. My second announcement is that this is also the election season for the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. So we just sent out ballots to all of our current chamber members. Something that's unique about Chambers of Commerce is that the Board of Directors is elected by the membership. So our election season is open until October 7th, and I urge all chamber members to go ahead and vote. Thank you.
Thanks, Erica. Carol Truesdale, followed by Bob Keller.
Honorable Mayor, council members, Mr. Buckingham, and staff, I'm Carol Truesdale, a resident of Morro Bay since 1995 and a current homeowner. We are the guardians of this precious land of Morro Bay. Its natural resources like water, etc. We really do not own this land. It's going to be here long after we're gone. Our forefathers knew this. Our children will know this and understand this. Whatever decisions are made by our city leaders pertaining to the growth and development of this precious land must be made wisely, prudently, and with integrity, with total understanding that global warming is real and will have and does have enormous impact on us currently and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Bob Keller, and then Judy Salamanca.
Mayor and Council, my name is Bob Keller, a resident of Morro Bay. I'm here to get it all motivated. Morro Bay football. This Friday at 7 p.m. is homecoming day. It's going to be a beautiful night because I know the weather's going to be great. It's been hot, and in the evening it's going to be just perfect. So we want all of you to come out to support our team, because last year they were 0-10, and now they're 4-0, and I think with our support they can go 10-0. Anyway, I think that we should all be there and to support our athletes, all athletes, and show up, because I have a sticker that says, "Proud to be a supporter of Morro Bay athletes, booster." It's a minimum of $10. That's a minimum. So anyway, we could help our young students, athletes of Morro Bay High School, because these are our future citizens of Morro Bay. And to show our great support, let's give them all we can, and even if we have to give a $10 minimum donation to get a sticker. Okay, we'll see you out there, 7 p.m. Friday night. Let's all be there and root for Morro Bay for going undefeated. And I think I'm saying, go Pirates.
All right, Bob, thanks. Judy Salamanca, and then Jane Heath.
Judy Salamanca, a resident of Morro Bay and on the board of directors for the Maritime Museum of Morro Bay. I wanted to thank the city, thank Morro Bay Tourism, thank the Harbor Department, and the entire community for the visit for the San Salvador. It is coming. It is here. I wanted to give you a little outline of what's coming up. And we have a couple other of our board members that are also going to be talking about this as well. First of all, tomorrow evening is the volunteer training, the first volunteer training. Walter Heath on our board has been able to bring in over 100 volunteers that are going to be working with us over the 12 days. Amazing job. The next day we have a greeting flotilla. And Dana McClish is going to tell you a little bit more about that, so I won't go into it. But I'm very excited that the Salinan tribe is going to be part of that and has created 3 Thule boats that they are going to be sailing out to greet the San Salvador, and then one of those is going to be donated to the Maritime Museum. The dockside tours are going to be from 10 a to 6 p. every day, starting September 30th all the way through the October 9th. And then Jane Heath is going to talk to you a little bit more about the exciting 1542 Navigator program that she talked about last council meeting. On the 3rd, the Historical Society is hosting all SLO teachers that wish to come out and see the San Salvador from 5 to 7. It's a collaborative effort with PTA and Del Mar, our own Del Mar school. On Tuesday, we're having a social with Rotary that's going to be out. They'll do a last tour, and then they're going to go to Tognazini's dockside. Either Wednesday or Thursday, Morro Bay Chamber is doing a similar tour, and we have 2 schools that are coming out on Thursday and Friday, and that is Del Mar on Thursday, and on Friday, Pacheco School. So, and that's not all, folks, so stay tuned. Very exciting, and thank you all.
Thank you, Judy. Jane Heath, followed by Ed Griggs.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, City staff. Judy and I are tag team tonight. I'm here. I'm a member of the board of directors of the Maritime Museum, and I'm also a resident and business owner in Morro Bay. So last time I was here, just 2 weeks ago, I told you about an exciting opportunity for only 40 members of the community, individuals, organizations, businesses, to become charter members of the museum as members of the 1542 Navigators Circle. I'm here just 2 weeks later to tell you we are fully subscribed. We cannot handle a single other check for $1,542. Although, you only got one chance to be first, and those 40 people stepped up, or 40 organizations and businesses stepped up, and they're first. But there are going to be lots of opportunities for the community to join in as we build our building, because what we have established in completing our subscription and having our successful capital campaign is that we can assure you that sometime next year, the community and the city willing, we're going to have a building that everyone can come and visit in Morro Bay. I want to just tell you really quickly that one of the most inspiring things about the capital campaign has been the reach, has been the diversity of the folks that have joined the 1542 Circle as charter members of the museum. We have Morro Bay business owners, we have individuals, we have families, we have fishermen and fisherwomen, we have the Salinan tribe of Native Americans, we have service clubs, we have 2 yacht clubs, not 1 but 2. The list goes on, and they represent the heart and soul of this community. So stay tuned. Do come out and take a look at the San Salvador when it's here, since that's our flagship opportunity, as well as the flagship of Juan Cabrillo. And don't forget to patronize our neighbor businesses who are really going to potentially be inconvenienced by the San Salvador visit and our construction. But let's really get out and support those businesses and make sure that we make it a win for everybody. So thanks again very much for all your support. Bye now.
Great, Jane. Thank you. Ed Griggs, and then Dana McClish. Welcome, Ed.
Welcome. Thank you, Jamie. Now is it my turn?
You're on.
I came earlier and was speaking out of turn. So I'm Ed Griggs, and I represent an organization that we're calling the Morro Bay Stakeholders. We live within the sphere of influence of the proposed fuel tank removal at 330 Panorama. And we're not opposed to the removal of the tanks by any means. We all would like to see them go away, but we want to see them go away correctly. And I'm very concerned, we are all concerned because of the nature of the applicant. We've gotten to know him for the last 5 years since he bought the place. And he has proved himself to be a very poor neighbor. I have one example that I can state from my own experience. He started a fire there. He dumped some barbecue charcoals into the fire, into some grass right next to the trees by Tuscan Way. We had to call the fire department. They came out, put the fire out. It was right next to the cypresses and the pines, right on Tuscan Way. If it had gotten into those trees, it would have gotten into our houses. So, and when I wanted to talk about that with him, he turned on his heels and walked off and said that was a long time ago. Now, we all have had experiences with him, and they've all been negative. So we're very concerned about him and that project. We intend to hold his feet to the fire in every phase of that project. One of the phases is hazardous material. Today, I went to the San Luis Obispo office of the California State Water Quality Control Board and looked for a study that was done by Shaw and Associates before the applicant even bought the place. They drilled several test bores, monitoring bores, and found contamination in that soil. And they cannot find that document. So the bottom line is that a negative deck has been prepared for that. And that negative declaration does not have any information about the soil contamination there. So we are all advocating that this project have an official EIR and have all the materials at their disposal to make the right decisions to monitor this project. Right now, the way that negative deck is worded, the applicant has all the responsibility of monitoring that activity.
I have to ask you to roll.
And I'm done?
Yeah, I was just going to, okay.
And so I would like to see an EIR prepared instead of a negative deck. Thank you very much.
Ed, thanks for coming up. Thank you. Dana McClish. And then Walter Heath. Welcome, Dana.
Thank you. Good evening. Dana McClish, Morro Bay resident. And I just want to talk about the San Salvador. It's a big subject these days. It's soon to be here on Thursday morning. 10 o'clock is what we're hoping, but this is a boating event. They're coming in on the water, so it could be, a little earlier. Hopefully it's right around 10 exactly. So I just wanted to notify everybody that's going to go out there. Big variety of our boating community, paddle boards, kayaks, and the Selenian Indians. The Selenian Indians are going to be coming off Coleman Beach and greeting the San Salvador, but we're going to have boats that are going to be on the outside in the ocean that are going to greet it before that ever happens. And then there's going to be a large amount of boats right there by the entrance, but away from the channel, just on the inside, the big turning area. And so when they come in, that's where they'll get a lot of greeting, big noise. And we will follow them down until we get to about channel marker 8, where we hold back, and the Selenians are going to come out and do this greeting. So it's going to be a big photo op for them. And we're really happy to have such a variety of our boating community from the past and present being part of this. So this is basically, I just wanted to notify all those boaters that are out there so that they know what time we're doing this. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Dana. Thanks for coordinating all that. Walter Heath.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Walter Heath, Morro Bay resident and friend here. I brought along one of the surfboard art pieces tonight. It's a primitive by David Ramirez, kind of previously a rather unheralded artist who's really become discovered and is now showing in Santa Barbara and Hawaii. This is one of 25 pieces that will be shown throughout Morro Bay. As Councilmember Johnson mentioned, there is a map. The map is downloadable from our website, which is MB, as in Morro Bay, SAF for Surfboard Art Festival. And you can download that. You can walk the map just from your smartphone easily enough and see the pieces that are going to be at 27 locations, 27 businesses throughout Morro Bay. So it's a quasi-public art. Certainly anybody can go see them, so I guess you could say it's a public art exhibit. An extraordinary kind of model because it drives foot traffic to our local retailers, which is also a nice feature of it. The printed map, the printed version of the map that Councilmember Johnson showed, will be in businesses. Roughly, we're shooting for between 150 and 180 businesses. We'll each get a packet of 50 maps, and the Teen Action Group from the Teen Center will be distributing those by Friday, September 30th. So invite your friends and folks who live out of the area to come in and see the surfboard art. This is really a unique event in the way that it's done. The city of Malibu has had a display of surfboard art in their city hall for the past year, and one of our surfboard artists, Tom Applegate, had a piece in that show. But the way that we do it as a public art exhibit is unique. So beyond that, art sale on December 3rd. It's a 60-day exhibit this year from October 1st to December 1st, longer than it has been. And there will be an art sale of art in all kinds of formats, small, large, surfboards, fins, you name it, conventional rectangular formatted art, anything that is coastal themed or in this case, abstract, the sale will be at the Inn at Morro Bay this year, which will be great. On December 3rd from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. The Inn has graciously given us the run of the lobby spaces and the public spaces, the restaurant spaces and the bar for each of the artists who's in the festival. You have to be a festival artist to participate in the sale, to bring their works and to have a space and a good opportunity for people to buy for the holidays, I would think. So that's December 3rd. We were hoping that would be the day of the Lighted Boat Parade. Alas, then didn't happen, but we do have a beautiful venue for the sale on December 3rd and hope you can all make it. Thank you.
Great, Walter. Thank you. And that was the last speaker slip for public comment. And with that, no? We have one more? One more speaker slip? Okay, come on up. We have two more people for public comment. Come on up, Joan.
Sorry, I may have confused it because I wrote Centennial. But I didn't want to stay. Sorry, I may have confused it because I wrote Centennial Parkway,
okay, all right, sure.
So anyway, I'm Joan Solu. I'm a resident of Morro Bay. I'd like to speak to you regarding your Centennial Parkway proposals that are ahead of you in your fabulous agenda. I just want to say congratulations to the community for coming up with a great plan and working with the folks who brought it forward. I think that there's some pretty dynamic things. I was thrilled to see that the slide made it in. Love a slide. And that the fire pit made it in. But since I'm not staying, I wanted to add to the conversation by saying I think the conversation is now out there. It's really begun. People are starting to understand change is coming. And some people might think that change on that paper looks like Newport or like San Francisco or Dana Point or some other place other than Morro Bay. And I would just urge all of you to give them the highest amount of opportunity to really consume what the community has put together so far. I personally would love to see a couple of really big 3x5 signs down in the Centennial space, at the top of the stairs, at the bottom of the stairs in the checkerboard area, and then out at the very end of the thumbnail, with some way that they could communicate, like the survey that you did for city government a while ago, where it shoots into an electronic survey. And then what's even more important to me as a resident is that we include the schools. We did that when I was on Recreation Parks Board. We included every kid at Del Mar. They had a final vote on Del Mar Park Playground. And Recs and Parks Board narrowed it down to 2 choices, very similar to what we have here. And we went into the school, and every kid who was not absent that day took a vote on a piece of paper between the rocket ship design and the forest log cabin design. And they chose the forest log cabin design overwhelmingly. They should be involved in this. This is going to be their community for the next 100 years. Don't forget that those kids who were born in 2000 are estimated to live to be 112. So just think about that, okay, Doc? So it's really important to involve them and involve the high school kids too, because they're going to live here. They're going to go to college, they're going to come back, and they're going to raise their families. Thank you, Bob, for bringing up Morro Bay High School. Shifting gears, I'll be working the snack stand. I expect to see all of you out there supporting our blue and white this weekend. Those boys are going for their 5th consecutive win. Don't wait until the varsity game. Come on out at the JV game. That's when the barbecues kick in. There's actually a dad from Texas who cooks up some great Texas-style barbecue out there with our tri-tip. So we expect to see the entire community out. Senior citizens, this is a bargain night of entertainment for you. It is free if you are a senior citizen to get in. So welcome out to the blue and white. Go Morro Bay Pirates and enjoy the parade and the music and everything else that comes along with our very close to professional sports team. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Okay, we had one more for public comment. And if there's those out there that can't stay for an item later in the agenda that would like to speak to it now, please come on up. Welcome. If you could please state your name, move the mic down so we can hear you, please. Thank you. Thanks very much.
My name is Anne-Marie Schnetzler. I'm a resident of Morro Bay. Good evening. I am here just to make you aware, the City Council, the Mayor, and the staff of the city and the people here, that on October 22nd, which is a Saturday, at the Senior Center, there will be an unveiling and an official ceremony to dedicate a sculpture which I commissioned for the Senior Center in the city of Morro Bay that represent the strength, the beauty, and the power of the sea. And I wanted to do something for the city, do something that would be beautiful, that everybody could enjoy. It is a sculpture that is abstract and is the work of a local sculptor, Chrissa Hewitt, who lives in San Luis Obispo and has been teaching sculpture and metalwork in Cal Poly for 31 years. She is quite famous and she's nationally known. Her work is displayed at the gallery in the network in San Luis Obispo presently. So I am inviting everybody for Saturday 22nd at 11 a.m. There will be refreshments served.
11 a.m.? 11
a.m. at the Senior Center, which is attached to the Park and Rec building on Kennedy Way. So I hope you'll be there, and I wish everybody will have a good time. And that was a way for me, who I've been living here 18 years, to say thank you to the city. I'm a citizen. I use the Senior Center, and I wanted to do something for somebody else than me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thanks, folk. I think that concludes our public comment, and I'll bring it back to council for any responses. I'll just lead off with one, if that's okay. There's one, Ms. Truesdale, about being sensitive about the growth and climate change. We are updating our general plan right now, so the future growth That's the document. So it's a long working process. We've got a 9-member extraordinary talented group of volunteers that are helping with that. Thanks for bringing that up. I would encourage you to ask your neighbors and participate in that, because that document is really a result of everybody who participates. So I appreciate your comments and just wanted to put my plug in for that as well. Those are my only comments. And then John, go ahead. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Congratulations to the Maritime Museum folks on achieving your goal so far. It's an ongoing goal, but what an exciting thing. And the great opportunity with the San Salvador for education of our young people. And so if you have grandkids like I do, make sure you bring them out and enjoy that great arrival that's coming. Thanks to all of you that are involved in that. It should be a great week of celebration.
Noah.
Yes, thank you. I did want to follow up on Ms. Truesdale's comments about climate change. And I thought about announcing this earlier in the meeting, but didn't. And I think you prompted me to want to mention that I am currently the chair of the county's Air Pollution Control District. Not the easiest assignment, but it's actually working out pretty well. And tomorrow at our meeting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. at the Board of Supervisors chambers, I have asked, and we're going to be presented by Representative NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, their 2015 State of the Climate Report. And it's going to be an informational presentation with quite a bit of detail about what the current conditions are and what we can anticipate resulting from those conditions. So I would encourage anyone who's interested in the information there to either tune in. We stream those meetings live, so you could watch it from home. Go into the Air Pollution Control District's website, which is slocleanair.org, or by coming to the meeting, or you can send me an email and I can get you hooked up with a link to watch that meeting later. It's also an interesting meeting because we're going to have the 2015 annual report for air quality for San Luis Obispo County, and I think you may know, but I'm proud to report again, within the information and last year's results, Morro Bay, we have the top air quality in the county of all the areas sampled. And I don't think we take that for granted, but it's something to celebrate and be proud of and continue to work for. So those two items, and then internally here with the city, we've done quite a bit of work with the climate adaptation, action planning that is ongoing. Trying to get a better understanding of what the future would mean for our waterfront and on floodplains and so forth. So all very important stuff, and I'm glad you mentioned it. Then just briefly, Ed's still here. I would just ask Mr. Griggs to, I think all council members are trying to follow this as best we can, watching the results of the Planning Commission meeting and so forth. But if you have some specific requests, I don't recall us receiving those directly to the council. So I'd recommend you sending a formal announcement of your primary concerns and interests with the project from the stakeholder group, and just building towards anticipating this issue coming to the council. It'd be a good thing to keep us in the loop on that as you've worked with the Planning Commission. So thank you for that.
Christine.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your comments. And I think, Mr. Graham, if I may ask you to sort of just update, I believe I did see information about a neighborhood meeting that's being organized for the folks around Panorama and the tanks. If we could just maybe shoot out that information again and kind of update everybody on where that project is.
Yeah, so it was a project that recently went to Planning Commission, was continued, and the applicant is working on putting together a neighborhood meeting. I'm looking through my emails right now to get the date. Sorry, I believe. Oh, just give me 1 second.
Did we hear November 15th? Is that what somebody said?
No.
Okay.
It's definitely not November 15th.
Okay.
I can say that I think it might be October 3rd, but I'm trying to find his email.
I can tell you.
When is it, Ed?
October 17th.
October 17th.
17th.
You're doing great.
The problem is I have probably 30 emails in the string, and I'm just trying to get down to the one that has the actual date on it.
Okay. Rob, what do you say about doing math in public? Guess he's not saying much tonight. Oh.
Maybe we could come back to it.
We can come back to that, sure.
Oh gosh.
So
that was my question. Sorry. Right, exactly. So we'll come back and certainly get that information if you take a minute and find it. But I think the more important thing was to say that, I think that the neighborhood did come forward and express their concerns, and I know that they're working to organize, and I know that the city has heard those concerns and working, my understanding was working to encourage a neighborhood meeting with the property owner, as this is not the city's property.
We specifically requested that of the applicant. The applicant agreed and has been working through what that's going to look like, and we've been working on times, and I think initially they wanted to start at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We're like, people at work, maybe have it a little later. And so we've been working back and forth. It's like, again, it's ongoing right now. This conversation was happening today, via email back and forth between the applicant and the city. So,
Okay, so if people want to stay in touch with this topic, they can email to you, send you an email.
They can email me directly.
Right, and that's sgraham@morrowbay.ca.gov, or contact me, Christine Johnson. I'll be happy to give you Scott's email address.
It's on the website.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Christine. Good follow-up on everything. And with that, any further? Seeing none? Great. That'll conclude public comment. Appreciate everybody. We'll move on to consent agenda. And for consent, we have 3 items on consent. Are there any items to be pulled from any council members? Seeing left? None? I take a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda. Motion by Councilmember Johnson, seconded by Councilmember Heading. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. And that concludes, forgive me, I'm sorry, but there was public comment, but I don't have any public comment slips for this, so good save there. And then we'll get on to public hearings. But we've got 10 minutes before our public hearing. We can probably, public hearings legally start at 7 o'clock, so we could either take a recess or we can move on to item C3. Are we ready to move through item C3, Mr. Livick?
Sure. I don't know if we'll use the full 10 minutes, but we can give it a shot. If we can get the slide up for the other item, C3, I noticed I mislabeled my...
So, folks, for item C3 is in our business items. It's an adoption of ordinance number 608, which amends sections 3.08.100 and 3.08.110 of the Morro Bay Municipal Code, providing cooperative purchasing procedures. City Council did hear this item at our last council meeting, so this is procedurally just to go through, waive a second reading and review this. And I'll move that on. So is there anybody, I don't have any public comments slips for item C3. Are there anybody interested in speaking to this item? Okay. Mr. Livick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you stated, this is the second reading and adoption of ordinance that modifies our municipal code to allow for cooperative purchasing or piggyback purchasing. Background, approved introduction last meeting on September 13th. Back in 2007, we did adopt a resolution that authorized cooperative purchasing. Unfortunately, we needed to do it by ordinance instead of by resolution. And it allows the city to use already competitively bid processes to purchase materials and equipment. And with that, staff recommends that you adopt by title only with further reading waive ordinance number 608. And the rest of the information is up there on the slide. That concludes my presentation.
Great. Thank you for that. Any questions from council? Seeing none, I don't have any speaker slips. And just one more poll for questions or public comment on this item. Seeing none, bring it back to council. I'll take a motion to adopt the adoption of ordinance number 608, which amends sections 3.08.100 and 3.08.110 of the Morro Bay Municipal Code, providing for the cooperative purchasing procedures and waiving further reading.
So moved.
We have motion by Councilmember Heading, second by Councilmember Smuckler. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. Okay, what's that? Just a quick, so looking for just a short recess? Okay. All right, we'll take a short recess until 7 o'clock, and we'll come back and start our first public hearing item. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Our next item on the agenda, item B1, is our only public hearing for tonight. The subject is the adoption of resolution number 6916. It's a resolution for the abandonment of an 80-square-foot portion of a public services easement on a northeast portion of property at 219 Marina Street. And our applicant, CP Parker, and the permit number is E00107. And we'll turn this over to Mr. Livick and for the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
As you stated, this is the required public hearing, the third step in the process that we go through for abandonments of public right-of-way or public services easements that have been dedicated to the city. Our recommendation is for the council to approve Resolution 69-16 that abandons or vacates, using the state parlance, a portion of a sewer easement at 219 Marina Street. Here's a schematic showing the location of the property, which is fronts on Marina Street. It is between Embarcadero and Morro Avenue. The easement goes along the back property lines of that 200 block of Marina and straddles that back property line with 5 feet on each side. That used to be a alley along there that was abandoned with the condominium development, but the sewer easement still exists there, and it extends into 219 Marina Street. A little bit more detail of zooming in on the parcel there. We have parcel 1, which is the 219 Marina. We have the easement shown in dashed lines along the that straddles the property line and extends into the property. And then the hatched area is the 8 by 10 foot portion of the easement that is requested for abandonment. When Planning Commission heard this item, they added a recommended condition that a access easement be granted by the property owner that extends from Marina Street north to the easement, because since the alley was abandoned, there's no physical access for our crews to walk down that line to access the clean out that the applicant will be installing at the end of that line there. The abandonment does leave the city with enough accessibility. This is the end of a line of a basically a long, small sewer main that serves those parcels that front onto Marina Street. The proposed abandonment is being processed under the California Streets and Highways Code and Section 8300, and as sets up the procedures for that. The council needs to consider the general plan prior to vacating the street easement or street highway easement. The Planning Commission found consistency with the general plan and recommended in favor of the abandonment as conditioned at their meeting on July 19th, 2016. And the City Council at your August 23rd meeting adopted Resolution 64-16, resolution of intention to abandon or vacate this portion of the sewer easement, and it set this public hearing and ordered the required public notification. This action was noticed in pursuant to the California Street and Highways Code, which means posting the site in 3 locations, which was a challenge given that it's 80 square feet of abandonment. So we took liberty and posted it on the abutting streets that there, plus on the portion to be abandoned. We also published it in the Tribune. They required 2 times prior to this meeting. In addition to that, we used the city's notification procedures and sent out postcards to all record owners within 500 feet of the subject site. The abandonment will allow for the development of the parcel consistent with the city's general plan. It is a 8-foot by 4-foot section of a sewer line to be abandoned, and there is no existing sewer main in the portion that is proposed to be abandoned. In addition to the city abandoning the 80 square feet, we're recommending the city accept a new easement to allow access to the physical end of the pipe across the parcel at 219 Main Street, and that offer of dedication was included as part of the packet. Back to the recommendation, staff recommends that council adopt Resolution 69-16, resolution abandoning a portion of the sewer easement at 219 Marina Street. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Levick. Any questions for staff? To my left, to my right, to my left? Okay, seeing none. I don't have any public comment for this item. And with that, we'll bring it back to council. I'm looking to the audience. Are there any public comment for that? Seeing none. Bring it back to council and open up for discussion items or a motion. Any discussion?
Well, I would just like to say that it is really important that we take the time to do the process when you're abandoning any city property. No matter the size, it's important to follow the process, and you did so and explained it, and appreciate it. It seems to make a lot of sense to do this.
Thanks, Christine. John? No? No comments? All right, great. With that, I'll take a motion to adoption of resolution number 6916, a resolution for the abandonment of a 80 square foot portion of the public services easement on the northeast portion of property located at 219 Marina Street. And the permit number is 00000107. I didn't know if that was necessary for the motion or not, but I threw it in there.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, seeing all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. And thank you for that. With that, we'll move on to item C1, is next item of business. And review of the Centennial Parkway and Embarcadero draft design. Mr. Buckingham, you're going to lead us off in comments for this? And
sure. Thanks, Mayor Irons. Just we'll say briefly, this is the we're getting perhaps close to the culmination of an excellent year-and-a-half process. This started actually with the LEAP process almost 2 full years ago, really, in December of 14. Part of the input from LEAP was to find a better way to connect the Embarcadero with the downtown to improve flow of especially pedestrian traffic between the Embarcadero and the downtown. That led into the City Council with public input, establishing an objective in our fiscal year 15-16 objectives in order to bring to the council an item considering linking those 2 areas at Centennial Parkway. The council budgeted for this process in the budget year last year, and then we've been going through a great public process with stakeholder interviews, one-on-one interviews, small group sessions, larger group sessions, public workshops, and a public design workshop, and as recently as 2 hours ago, a joint session of the City Council, the Harbor Advisory Board, and the Planning Commission to gather input to bring to you what you put on our goals and objectives a year and a half ago, and that is to bring a concept for linking these to the Embarcadero and downtown at Centennial Parkway. So with that, I'll turn over to Scott.
Thanks, Dave. I think the only thing I would add to that is this is kind of the first couple of bricks in the wall that is the connection of the downtown on the waterfront. We have the sort of larger downtown waterfront strategic planning process that we're undergoing, but this is again kind of putting those first couple of bricks in the wall and getting that started, sort of a kickoff, I guess. And with that, I think I'll turn it over to Debbie Rudd with our RM, and we can start the presentation and move on.
Actually, as Debbie's coming up, I probably realized one of us should probably talk just before we get started about where it goes from here, or where it could go from here. So this is probably best described as a design concept. It's not a concept plan. It's not a building plan. It's not something that will end up necessarily exactly like this is, but it's a conceptual design of what could be, and should the community appreciate this and the council sort of validate this conceptual design, then as the city and the community take other actions in this area, for example, the Libertine lease site and other areas, then this concept could be integrated into those other revitalization actions. And then each of those will go through the full public process of including Planning Commission and coming to the City Council for approval of concept plans like you do for any public property. Debbie.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Irons and council members. I'm Debbie Rudd with RM Design Group.
Welcome, Debbie.
Glad to be here to unveil some of the concepts that have come out of the public outreach process. So what I'm going to do tonight is just go tell you what we've heard. Then I'm going to go over the Centennial Parkway concepts A and B, and then go over the Embarcadero concepts, 1-way and 2-way. I think you guys already summarized it. We really want to take a look at how we can connect the tourists that are coming and the residents that are coming along the Embarcadero, but they don't know that there's this wonderful downtown up on through the Centennial Stairway. So how can we make that more visible when you're down below on the Embarcadero, and then also when you're up above on the Embarcadero on the downtown? How can you connect that connection between that and the Embarcadero? So looking at it both ways and really creating, when you're on the Embarcadero, a nice wide sidewalk so it's more pedestrian friendly. So our focus area, the first focus area is on the Embarcadero. It's really looking here between beach and marina. And then the Centennial Parkway is that connection between Morro Bay Boulevard and Market, that intersection, and then down all the way to the waterfront. So we did have a number of stakeholder meetings and other meetings, and then we had a community workshop, and what came out of that was some project goals. We presented them to the community, and then they edited them and added to them, and then we used these goals as a kind of our guiding principles as we went through this conceptual design process. The goals included things like incorporate some fun, family-oriented attributes to this incorporate an outdoor event space with an amphitheater, incorporate some other ways to get up and down besides just the stairs, like a funicular or a slide or an elevator. Some other things that came out of the public workshop were the amphitheater and stage area, a glass elevator that could be another way for people to get from the upper terrace of Market Street down to down the Centennial Parkway to the Embarcadero. Keeping the chessboard, that was popular with most people that came to the workshop, and really creating some family-oriented spaces so people with families in Morro Bay have a place to bring their kids and hang out when they're in that downtown Embarcadero area. Another thing that was popular was to develop the parking lot that runs along the Embarcadero and between the Centennial Stairway, and you can see it right here, goes up to Market Street into Saggio's. Really take a look at that, and is it the best use, a parking lot, and maybe redevelop that with some commercial along the Embarcadero and a parking structure and maybe some kind of a hotel use up here, or a combination hotel and restaurant. And so we wanted to take that into consideration as well. So you know the existing conditions well, but just to remind you, when you're standing at the top, this is standing at the intersection of Market and Morro Bay Boulevard, and what a fantastic view we have of the Rock. And so we really want to start the Centennial Stairway up here by expanding that plaza and capturing that view. When you're down at the bottom and you're looking up, it's really hard to see. And as we heard earlier tonight, and we also heard at our workshop, there are some problems with people hiding in this area, and maybe it's not as community-oriented as it could be. So we want to take those challenges and turn and translate those into more of a community space. So I'm going to let Scott walk through the design with you, just to orient you. This is a before, this is today, this is a future. This is Market, Morro Bay Boulevard, and the Embarcadero.
Mayor, council members, thank you so much for this opportunity. Scott Martin, architect with RRM Design Group, urban designer as well. Members of the community, thank you for showing up. We can't say how excited we are to be part of this team, to work here in our backyard. It is really special. So I'm going to try to stick to the point and not regurgitate too much, but I do want to just sort of refresh everybody and build upon what Debbie started out by saying. And if there was one thing to say about this whole project that reigned true from no matter who we talk to, is that the emphasis from the automobile needs to shift towards the pedestrian, especially at this hub, at this location. And a way that we've started to do that is really look at how that vehicular circulation works and how we can enhance that pedestrian experience. Here is shown an option. This is option A. There's not you pick option A or you pick option B. This is a la carte menu. So you can choose 2 things from one and 4 things from the other. We tried to take the ideas that we heard from the community, from the stakeholders, and arrange them in a cohesive way. By doing so, it was clear that they weren't going to all end up in one option. So we only label that for labeling purposes. You can peel and pull and stick back together however you want between these 2 plans. Hopefully they each have some merit and have some thought-provoking concepts that can help establish a framework for where this might head. And that's all this really is a framework. We're not going to build off this plan. Hopefully it's just enough to get enough excitement and energy from here. As Debbie mentioned, the upper portion, and I'm going to call the upper portion from Embarcadero to Market, is adjacent to the city-owned lot. I call it the Stagio lot, for lack of a better term, that has some real opportunity and may go out for some exciting things coming up. The lower one is in between Roses and Libertine now, and is currently a parking lot. As opposed to talk about the plan and its overall. I'd like to zoom in on each area. We're going to first look sort of at the highest elevation and then come down through the plaza. This is... Ooh, there's a little delay. Sorry, guys. This is the upper area. This would be enhanced street treatment at the intersection of Morro Bay Boulevard and Market. We really think this is your opportunity to create a threshold, to create a gateway, to create a arrival, and that's what we're trying to do here. I love when I came out tonight from San Luis, driving past the billboard that had the selfie photo on it. I want to create a new, better selfie photo op for you, and I think that really can happen at this upper plaza. There's a great viewing opportunity here of the rock, of the entire Embarcadero. It's kind of, you get that feeling that you're perched up looking at everybody, and that you get a really unique perspective on the town of Morro Bay. We feel like through some branding, through some, whether it's a trellis or a sign or a combination of multiple things, creating this arrival and a sense of place at the top really can help to create that transition from car to pedestrian and create somewhere you want to be. This is just a quick little computer mock-up of maybe some lights and a trellis, a Morro Bay sign, a piece of artwork, and how it really frames, this would be Dorns on your right, how it really frames the rock and gives you that sense of place and where you are. It puts the rock, it puts the ocean and the connectivity between, the town between, really in the forefront, and provides an opportunity to start an experience. And I think that's what we're looking for here, is as you move through this space, that it is an experience. It's not instantaneous, I understand it all. It is a series of events. It's a string of pearls that lead you down and through the plaza space. One of the really fun ideas that we heard a lot was you have, excuse me, you have this natural slope, you have this natural grade change. There's about 20 feet from where you enter Dorns to come down the stairs and into the chessboard area, if you will. And let's take that challenge that is now a slope and turn it into an amenity. One of the concepts we heard was an outdoor amphitheater, and we think that could be very multifunctional. It's a place on a Saturday where you could sit and have a taco and watch the ocean, watch the boats roll by. And it's also a place where you could actually have some events. You could have a small performance, you could have a larger performance, and actually get a few hundred people along the steps and grass and turf area. As to try to break down on the amount of concrete, we did look at introducing some little outlooks, some platforms, some viewing decks, if you will, that really just sort of broke down this area. And then we wanted to add some fun. Morro Bay is a family place. We heard that from the community. We want to add a place where I could sit with my wife and watch my kiddo slide down the hill. So we incorporated little slides like this here that would come from this upper platform down to what is now the chessboard level. We see this property on the right as that does redevelop. It can incorporate the existing public restroom facilities. It might incorporate a public parking structure. There's still a large amount of commercial space left, whether that becomes retail or hotel or some combination of restaurants and everything else. But to really extend and sort of expand on that upper deck, if you will, that upper platform, upper plaza, provide some outdoor seating that would look directly towards the rock, would look over where the Libertine and Roses is, and really be able to see out towards the water, capitalize on that greatest of amenities that you do have. As you come down further into the plaza, we did keep the chessboard. We heard that is an icon, that is an identifier, that is something that is valued by this community. We did look at a way, though, that circulation can change. When I come down here with my mom, in her wheelchair, it is a huge challenge for me to get a bowl of clam chowder from Dorn's and so then get my kids saltwater taffy down from the Embarcadero, walking down and around. So this idea of an elevator not only serves a really public function and a public good, it also becomes sort of a beacon, an icon. It can be that lantern that lights up at night. It can have a beautiful sign on it. We heard glass elevator, so we kind of showed a concept of that. But really, it's also vertical circulation. It's a way to get from upper to lower without actually having to take the steps. Once down there, to sort of soften the amount of concrete and plaza area, the one thing both options show is actually dead-ending Front Street at the amphitheater or at the plaza. We can't fully accommodate a fire truck turnaround, but we could accommodate a little pull-off that would allow the trolley to stop, that would allow somebody to drop off their kids or pick up somebody who is in a wheelchair or whatever it be, a little drop-off area and turnaround, while at the same time there could be a couple bollards that would allow a fire truck to drive through this area if there ever was an emergency. So as opposed to putting cars right in the heart of town, right in the heart of your plaza, we're finding a way to take them out and make that area more pedestrian focused. We then provide some seating opportunity and some landscape opportunity, something in the form of benches and tables. We heard a desire for more chess tables to be used. I think that could easily be accommodated into here, but creates a little bit of a buffer. There's sort of a back of house zone over here with some cars and some behind the Sun and Buns place. So we really want to sort of define the edges of this plaza. Most quality community spaces really do feel like you can define those edges. From there, we wanted to focus across the street. How do you, again, break the divide that is the car and really get people from one side of the plaza to the other across Embarcadero? In doing so, we created a pier that's longer than the pier that's there now. And I mean that physically and I think emotionally. The existing pier doesn't quite come out this far, but what we've done is sort of revamp that and reinterpret that onto the ground plane through the plaza and over across the Embarcadero. So even though there's not a true literal pier that you could walk under, there'd be a colonnade of light poles or metal piers that would stick up in the air and would give you that sense of rhythm, that linear progression that comes from the upper plaza down to the lower. We saw this area being pretty family friendly. We wanted to continue that sort of concept that we had up above. It's pretty cold and chilly in Morro Bay quite often. I ended up putting on my jacket during the break here. One thing that we've seen work really well in public areas where the climate can be like this is outdoor fire pits, community gathering spots. Literally campfire circles, if you will, done usually with gas and in very safe environments. You can see them in a lot of ski villages and places like that. But I think that could be a great little beacon down here in between buildings on city-owned land that would allow both Roses and whatever happens with the Libertine piece or Off the Hook to really sort of spill out into this more public area. We've also we said, okay, is that family friendly enough? Maybe there's another element of play here. So we introduced a sand pit. It's more of a children's play area and a place where I could sit and have a beer and watch my kiddo play in the sand than it is a beach. You know, Morro Bay beaches, you have to get and drive to go that direction. This really gives us the opportunity to just have some family-friendly zone down here in that commercial district. So we like that. We thought that concept really worked well. And again, that sort of reimagining the pier that even happens on the ground plane. As we move forward, my mom doesn't understand these graphics. I tell everybody that. I show her this plan, and she goes, I sent you to school for all those years, and you've been working for 20 years, and this is the best I get? What are you doing? She just doesn't get it. So I call these my mom graphics. And this is literally a view. If you stood right at the chessboard looking up at Centennial Stairway, and if you stood at sort of the edges of of Roses and looked to the existing city parking lot. And we're going to show you both what that looks like now. Here's the edge of the chessboard. Here's Dorns, the D'Estachio potential opportunity site, the wooden piers, the old bluff that exists now. And then here's what we think could happen. So you still have what exists as Dorns. You have an opportunity for a new mixed-use project that could provide quite a bit of income for the city. We see this being tied to this amphitheater so that there's a funding mechanism there to actually make this a reality. There's a variety of seating options. The chessboard stays. That's my wife. She's still in there. See, before, after. She was not happy she ended up in the photos, but that's life. We also, on some of these terraces, we think it's a real great opportunity for public art. I love the surfboard art that we saw tonight. That was so fun. Whether it's mosaic, whether it's rotating, whether it's wind sculpture, there's so much opportunity to really continue to define Morro Bay as an artist hub. I love that concept. And then still give you these view outlooks above so that this daunting 20-foot drop becomes a series of 5-foot drops instead. We're also showing there's that trellis and the sign and maybe another piece of art or something up above. So you can see how that upper plaza really sort of relates down to the lower and gives you that series of events, if you will. This is the other before and after we created. Again, Roses here on this side. We don't know what Libertine's going to redevelop into, but we think something will happen. There is a pier out there, I promise. If you got rid of the 12 cars that take up the couple thousand of square feet that lives right here, you can see people are darting in between cars. It's a sea of asphalt with very tiny sidewalks. Our goal is really to take what is a vehicular destination and turn it into a pedestrian destination. So here in the ground plane, you can see this interpretation of a pier and the poles that aren't really pilings. They're vertical elements of that, but I could see banners hanging off of this at Christmas time or for the Harbor Festival, lights on top. Here's the outdoor fire pits, the sand beyond, the sand pit. And the pier, while it physically doesn't go out much further than it does now, it still gives that perception like there's a destination, that this place is longer than 30 feet long. It extends all the way to the Embarcadero and even across is our concept. So again, you can see Roses on the left. That's what's there now. As we expand and revamp and reorient towards a pedestrian environment, this is where we see things moving. These are really just concept sketches. There's no construction documents. This won't be built this way. Menu number 2, again, not options. I hate to use that word, but Scott made me. That's what our scope said. So menu number 2 had a number of other ideas that we wanted to make sure we vetted. And one of which, maybe the most important, was that this really was public, that this really was sort of civic in nature. And so as we look at those same steps, the same sort of ideas, we took more of a formalized approach. This is much more Spanish Steps-like. We loved sort of the history and the tie back to the chessboard. So we looked at these sort of varying platforms that would create more of a grand staircase. In this option, instead of an elevator, we showed what's called a funicular. You see these all over the world. They're kind of fun. They're kind of iconic. It could be one of those sort of tourist traps while still providing a need that you need for an everyday user. For my mom when I'm getting clam chowder, you know? So I think it could provide a number of different things. We showed that here. The steps are very meandering. You can spend a half hour just going from the upper plaza to the lower plaza. On this version, for the lower plaza, we did show something much more open, the idea of more of an event space. Less built-in seating, more of an open environment, using a series of textural and ground pavement changes to really define that. Maybe it's some turf, maybe it's artificial. I know you've done both in town recently. Keep the chessboard, but the chessboard can become sort of a stage, could become a backdrop for Harbor Festival, could become a place for all kinds of gatherings, and really keeping this much more open. One of the other big differences between the two options is in this option, the pedestrian crossing for the Embarcadero, we've really widened to the extent of the plaza. Still, same sort of function where there's a drop off. This road, Front Street, no longer comes through to the Embarcadero. But now this almost feels like the cars are invading the pedestrian zone. So as people come across the Embarcadero, the cars really are given the back seat. They are not the priority. And then it is linking down toward, again, across the Embarcadero to the lower plaza. Here we see sort of a series of events, different pockets. Maybe there's an archway. Maybe there's something that really identifies, this is the view. This is your connection to ocean. We're trying to, again, bring that ocean back into these plazas. A series of outdoor dining experiences, whether it's the Libertine or whatever restaurant may happen there. Roses, twinkly lights above, art centerpieces, even this idea of a sculptural rock where kids can play, getting that family-friendly vibe back into it. And then one concept that came out of the community workshop and that we heard was a glass-bottom pier. And we know there's some maintenance challenges with that. I think the concept is we want a stronger connection to our ocean. And whether it be a series of portals or a full glass bottom, however that works, some sort of icon that ties you back into the harbor walk and connects this plaza and gets you actually out over the water. Everybody is here to see that water. We know that is the draw. That's where we're taking people back to. So we call them options. That's Scott's fault, like I said. They're really menus, and we think they are derived from this community. Neither are perfect in form, but we feel like this is a great place to get some feedback from you so that we can modify and tweak and maybe take a piece of this one and a piece of that one and hybridize it into something special. So that's where we are on that. I think Debbie's going to walk you through some Embarcadero concepts.
So the second part of this project is to really take a look at the Embarcadero, and the study area is from Marina, the focus area is from Marina down to beach. So what we heard from the community is we really want to have wider sidewalks so that when you're on the Embarcadero, you can walk side by side. We want to improve the streetscape and the furnishing with benches and lights, maybe hanging baskets from the lights. And we want to provide not only better pedestrian, but also some better bicycle facilities along the Embarcadero. We also heard it was important for the businesses that came to our workshop. They really stressed to provide areas that they could have deliveries. And whether that's a hotel and they want people delivered, or whether it's a business and they want goods delivered, but to have something, some way for them to be delivered. We also heard that today, so often the delivery trucks stop in the middle of the road. And how can we, when they stop in the road, you're driving your bike behind it, it really impedes the traffic, the circulation. And so how could we create a spot for delivery trucks without having them block the roadway? And finally, people were interested in, if we're going to widen the sidewalks, we're going to have to lose something. Is it going to be parking spaces? Is it going to be a lane? Is it going to be a little bit of both? And one-way circulation was really popular. So tonight we want to show you a one-way circulation option and a two-way circulation option, and they can also be combined to do one-way on one portion and two-way on another portion. So the way the two-way circulation option works is, here's the Embarcadero. The bay is to the bottom of the plan. So on the bay side, there would be pockets of parking and also pockets of delivery zones. So you wouldn't have the trucks stopping in the middle of the road anymore. Bikes would share the roadway in both directions with sharrows. So because the traffic is slow enough on the Embarcadero, we really believe the bikes could just share the road. And that would allow for, by doing that, that would allow for us to expand the sidewalks to 10 feet. So we'd have 10-foot sidewalk on the bay side and a 9-foot sidewalk on the inland side of the Embarcadero, 2 travel lanes, and 1 area that would be a combination of either delivery zone or a parking zone. The other option is, can we make it one-way and get even wider sidewalks where the one-way street is? If we did one-way, it would start at Harbor, the way we see it, go down the Embarcadero and either stop at Pacific or Marina. And the reason we chose to do it this direction, or the community really kind of chose to do it this direction, they drew arrows at the workshop which direction it would work best. But what we thought was, as you're coming down this direction, it gives you the opportunity to do the parallel parking on the business side of the street. It gives you the opportunity to do the loading zone on that side of the street without having to cross a bike path to deliver your goods. The rest of the streets we're suggesting in the blue show two-way streets. So the one-way street would work similarly, where on the bay side of the street, you would have pockets of parking and pockets of delivery zone. You'd have 1 lane of traffic going this direction with sharrows going the same way. So if you're going towards the park, you would end up driving with your bike in the roadway. When you're coming back the opposite direction, when you get to Pacific Street, instead of having to go up Pacific and over on Market, you would be able to there would be a one-way cycle track. So it would be a one-way road a one-way path just for cyclists, and it would be divided by a median with landscaping. So when you see that large, you see the one way of traffic going one direction, parking and deliveries in this aisle, and then your bike lane coming back the other direction. And what that does by eliminating one of the travel lanes is we get a wider sidewalk here. The last section, we had a 10-foot sidewalk. This section, we get a 12-foot sidewalk, which gives us plenty of room for benches and street furniture along the roadway and plenty of room for people to walk in between. We also wanted to suggest some drought-tolerant plantings. That median will need to be planted, plantings throughout the plaza, lots of drought-tolerant succulent plants. We also suggested to incorporate some pier pilings and rope. We've heard from at the last meeting some people who like that idea, some people who don't like that idea. But somehow we need to incorporate in the materials and the colors something to really hark back to the history of Morro Bay and the nautical feel of Morro Bay. It was brought out in the workshop that there's a younger generation who's looking for some newness in Morro Bay. They also want to respect the history. They also are interested in kind of honoring that history. We're suggesting some trash cans that could be incorporate art in the trash cans with some mosaic, some new lighting. One of the suggestions at the public workshop was to not just do bike racks, but to do something creative and do them as pieces of art. So we just showed some examples of what other communities have done with bike racks and kind of using art as their bike racks. So with that, this is an example. This just gives you a snapshot of what does a 10-foot sidewalk feel like. This is a sidewalk in San Luis Obispo. And you see when you have a 10-foot sidewalk, there isn't any room for the businesses to set out pots or chairs or benches against the road. It gives you a little bit more flexibility when you have a 12-foot sidewalk. And that would be 12-foot at the narrowest spot and 10-foot at the narrowest spot. When the sidewalk bulbed out at the corners, you'd end up with a little bit more room there. So with that, I open up for questions and comments.
Great. Thank you, Deborah. We only have one speaker slip for this item. I just want to check in with folks. Is there anybody else that want to speak to this item? I know we have people here, but I only have one speaker slip. Okay, so with that, I understand we only have one speaker for this item. We'll open up for questions from council. Then we'll open up for public comment from our public, and then we'll bring it back for discussion. So I'll look to my left. Christine, would you start us off?
Great, thank you, and thanks again for the second presentation tonight. The first one was made to the Harbor Board and the Planning Commission, so I think both of you had the same energy level you had the first time, so thank you. It's not always easy to repeat everything. So I just had some questions I kind of wanted to go through that I sent earlier to staff but didn't ask in the first session. So just to kind of clarify some things. And if we've already discussed this, then just, yeah, okay. Sorry, everyone. I'm gathering my thoughts as I think, which is dangerous. Okay, so a question the community had was cost. So this is great, but how are we going to pay for it? So if we wanted to just take a moment and talk about how these kinds of great idea concept plans get built.
Obviously, it's going to be expensive to build the improvements that you saw that were proposed there. So the most likely way that we get those is in association with development that's in and around that area. So the Market Plaza concept that we talked about using DeStasio's property, the parking lot below there, the parking lot that's up on top of Off Market, those areas, and redeveloping those and working out some sort of public-private partnership to make those come forward, because again, they're expensive improvements that would need to be made. So that's probably the most likely scenario under which we would get those improvements. Similarly, for the portion that's on the west side of the Embarcadero, we have lease sites that are there. We have Rose's Landing that's looking to do something. We have Libertine that's looking to redo. And so it could, those improvements on that side could come forward in relation to those developments potentially. So if we were to go down the road and end up with a final concept plan, we would be looking to talk with those folks as they came forward with the developments to incorporate elements of the design. So
okay, and some cities have seen this a lot. We actually haven't had a lot of this happen here recently. So is this a common thing that happens, that are developers understanding that they're going to have to be contributing to some public benefit? I just don't think we're really accustomed to it here. So if you could kind of, like, from your experience, is this commonly proposed?
Fairly common practice, especially when you have plans like this. You have a concept plan that's out there for some portion. It might even just be streetscape improvements that you have. You see cities adopt streetscape improvement plans all the time, and anybody that develops along that street, as that comes forward, they're expected to put in the wider sidewalk. The treatment of the sidewalk maybe changes from standard gray concrete to something that's got a stamp or it's colored or those types of things. So that happens on a regular basis with development.
Okay, great. And then phasing a project like this, you talked about, big picture, but you probably wouldn't do it all at once, or there's some things you would do first, second, but the entire thing would be phased at some point?
It would be broken up as opportunities became available to us, as the lease sites came forward. We know those are coming forward because they're on finite timelines. So when we talk about the likelihood of those going first, and that being the first opportunity that we have, well, that's why, because we have finite timelines on those leases, and they're coming up. You'd already approved a consent landowner for the Libertine. I had a conversation today with representatives for Rose's Landing, and that's moving forward as well for changes to that. So we know those are happening and happening right now. Okay, and that's why we're doing the long-term planning, so that we're ready with a plan, knowing that these things will be likely coming forward, so that we can have this conversation with the community, find out what we wish to see there, and then work to make it happen. This timing is great.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
It doesn't get a lot better than this.
Okay, pilot projects. Are we able to, try out a one-way circulation to see how it works for 6 months or so?
I think we certainly could look in, like, if we're not sure we want to do one way, we probably could come up with something along those lines. I might defer a little to our city engineer here, but I think it's definitely something that you could be looked into, especially if it was just for a couple of blocks. It probably wouldn't be all that difficult to make.
Or removing the parking, maybe keeping two-way, but removing the parking on the inland side, seeing how that works. We could test these things before we
certainly could
create them.
I don't see that there's any reason why that couldn't happen.
Okay. And then parking, a lot of people have loved the way things look, love the idea of, redesigning it for us to use as residents, but they are concerned about parking. People have said, but there's no parking. There's no parking. So can we talk a little bit about parking?
So the proposal of removing the parking, probably losing somewhere in the neighborhood of about 42 parking spaces. We have, over the last year and a half, added about 200 parking spaces. We have the Triangle parking lot. There's about 150 there. And then there's the lot that's adjacent to that we reacquired with D'Stasio's, and there's 40 or 50 spaces in that lot as well. So we do have those. The other opportunity to create more parking would be to look into parking management solutions, paid parking. That moves your cars in and out, gets turnover, and will create more opportunities for folks to park. That's conversations that we've been having on an ongoing basis and are going to continue to have. We're also having some of those conversations as part of the downtown waterfront strategic planning process. Parking is a concern and one that we're aware of and one that we're trying to obtain input on and see what people are interested in or what they're not interested in.
Okay, great. And then, sorry.
If I could just add on a sort of a strategic level also, if the Scott talked about the potential of the D'Stasio's and Front Street city-owned property being developed in concert with this. The city may want to seriously consider requiring a parking structure as part of that potential investment there, and less strategically along Market Street, very wide street, parallel parking on both sides. We could likely gain 30 or 40 parking spaces by restriping Market Street for a 4 or 5 block section up on the bluff.
Okay, and then last question. Moving on to my colleagues. So remind me, because I'm not quite sure, what's our next step on the Market Street property in terms of finding out what we are going to be considering there?
What we've talked about to this point is bringing an item back to council to get direction on that, and that would potentially be to go out with an RFQ, request for qualifications, to see what development of that site could look like and to see if there's folks that are interested in doing that. See if there's folks that are interested in doing a private-public partnership with us to get some of the public amenities that we're talking about tonight. I think that's probably the most likely scenario of us getting those things, and so that would be the next piece. Once we get the plan in place, we would have that, and then I think that's what Scott and Debbie were talking about the plan is concept now. It'll probably change later depending on what happens with those things, because they're going to want to interact in certain ways with those areas, and so that's where you kind of get the moving pieces around a little bit, which is what they discussed previously.
Okay, and then is that coming to council sometime soon, or do we have to sort of schedule that?
So we were interested to see what the community thinks about this project here, and what direction we get from the council. So if the consensus generally is to validate a general design here and to begin to move forward, then if the council would like to direct staff to bring an item associated with the Market Plaza, D'Stasio, and the parking lot, we would be ready to do that in a period of 6 or 8 weeks. And what, just for, since we're talking about what an RFQ would mean, we've talked about RFPs lots of times, a request for proposal, which is a very specific proposal for how you would do something. An RFQ is slightly more general, but what it would sound like is it would be a proposal, a request, to see who has the qualifications to do what you would like them to do. And so what that might look like is the city owns this property, Front Street and D'Stasio's. Important to us is a parking structure, important to us is retail restaurant, important to us perhaps is a hotel. And oh, by the way, here's a concept plan for Centennial Parkway, and you'll be required to integrate this and likely pay for it. Who has the qualifications to do that? And we would send that out and see if there are investors who would they would respond with what their qualifications are before we went and had a few of them develop specific proposals.
Okay, great. And then a few years ago, we did have a plan that came forward to give us a elevator and to re-landscape. But then the landowner of that property was the former owner of the property that's there now, the Salwasser property. So then when he went into bankruptcy, that's all gone, right? So we don't have a plan in place for an elevator, even a simple elevator, and to redo landscaping, we don't have anything coming for that.
No, that's not something moving forward at this point. This is the next thing,
right?
To look at redevelopment of that area.
Okay, and then the stairway. We've decided it had a health check and it needs to be replaced. I seem to recall that we did investigate the stairs, and you know what? That's probably before your time, Mr. Graham. Do you remember, Mr. Levick? I felt like we had someone come and say the stairs were likely nearing the end of their life.
I don't recall.
Really? Maybe Noah does.
There were some issues with the stairs.
Okay. So if we were going to the stairs need. My understanding was from the past, the stairs were going to need some kind of rehabilitation at some point.
Yes.
Okay.
I do remember the former recreation director talking about that.
Okay, so it's all right. Thank you. Thanks. I'm not crazy. Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks very much. Well, I am crazy, but not about that. Thanks.
Thanks, Christine. John? Thanks.
Thank you, Christine, for those questions, 4 of which were mine, but that's okay. Thanks for the presentation. Thank you, staff, for all of your work in doing this. I do have a couple of questions to add on to that. It might be either best answered by staff or RRM, and I'll let you decide who's best to answer it. So my first question is, Mr. Graham, how do you see, knowing that there have been 3 proposals that have come to council on adjoining projects that might integrate with this, how do you see those projects integrating into a project like this? Could you explain that process? And it's somewhat similar to what I think Christine asked, but knowing that there are 3 proposals, what would that integration process look like possibly for that?
So if we were providing direction, we had a plan in place, and those projects moved forward. I mean, we have some folks that are involved with those projects in the audience and paying attention to what's happening, or they were earlier anyway. You'd be looking at what the improvements look like, what we get out of our final plan, and getting some direction that we would like to have those discussions with the potential folks that are doing the redevelopment, or who the council authorizes us to enter into consent of landowners for redos of those lease sites. And we would take a look at what that looks like and talk with those folks as we were going through that process and see where they stood. They would be doing some analysis on costs, as would we, and we would be in negotiation. What that means. I mean, we regularly have, you do a complete redo of those lease sites. A lot of times we're looking at many years down the road is what the lease ends up being, 30, 40, 50 years. So it would be discussions related to that. It's sort of amortizing those costs over time. And so that's kind of what it would look like. And they would be taking their plans and then designing them, I would think, to fit them with the concept plans that we have, so that you saw on there some interesting public spaces that had fire pits and those types of things. I would think anybody that would be designing a plan adjacent to something like that might want to take advantage of views out into that plaza area and having that sort of seamless interaction with that space. That's what we would be expecting from a design standpoint on the redo of those lease sites, is that they do things like that, as opposed to putting a wall up and completely ignoring that space. We want them to be, as I think, visitor friendly and citizen friendly as they can be.
So, and thank you for that. That may have been somewhat of a redundant question, but I think an important one. And the add-on question to that goes along with the economic question that Mrs. Johnson asked, and that is, it is very common, if I'm not incorrect, for communities to use this kind of development partnership to fund expensive projects like this. I mean, that's very common, correct?
It's very common. That's how you see things like this move forward. I mean, there's not a whole lot of money out there otherwise to go get that, unless your city has a lot of revenue coming in that's extra, and you can allocate those types of things. If you don't have that, this is probably one of the more common ways to get those improvements to move forward.
Good, thank you for that.
If I could,
yes, sure.
If I could just add, Councilmember Heading, it is it is unlikely the city would get enough grants to do a project like this. And even if the city did have, we would certainly try to get some grants to do some of it, but it's unlikely you're going to fund that whole thing with grants. And even if we did have some general funds available to use on a project like this, if we could get a business development person to pay for it and use our general funds somewhere else where we need to refurbish a bathroom in Del Mar Park or something like that, then perhaps there's better uses of the general fund dollars than if we could get private money to contribute significantly to a development like this.
Great, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And so how I understand and I get the concept of, and this may be an RRM design group question. Most of the discussion was, in my mind, about moving people from downtown Morro Bay Boulevard to the harbor. I'm going to ask the reverse question. How does a project like this attract people, which there are significant numbers in the harbor, up to Morro Bay Boulevard, which is an area of town that needs significant improvements in terms of business and traffic? So could you tell me how the design might help achieve that and how that works?
Sure. I think that's a very valid question, and one that we hope both options help achieve. There's a long history of urban design philosophy that's called wayfinding, and that really has to do with how you move through a city. And right now on the Embarcadero, there is a very similar experience, except for the few glimpses of the harbor that you get to see. There is not a lot of visual relief and visual interest sort of up the hill, if you will, on the inland side. And so what we hope both of these options do is that as you are a pedestrian or even a car along Embarcadero, that having a flat open space anchored by an activity zone, a node is what Kevin Lynch and others would call it, creates a visual focal point, a visual connection that all of a sudden you want to know what's going on over there. So opening up that plaza, reducing the cars which block people and activities, and really being able to have sort of an icon or a beacon or a there at the top of that embankment is as important as everything else. And that's why we really started there. It's not just that experience as you come down. That then becomes an anchor as you're walking the Embarcadero as well. So you can visually see there's something up there. I need to go up there. I need to see that. The next step in the process is how do you get from this upper plaza down Morro Bay Boulevard back to downtown. So I think it's a network, it's a series of nodes, and it's a series of mechanisms to move people from one node to another. I hope that answers that.
Debbie, could you advance to the slide that's the picture of Centennial Stairway? Or regress to that one?
Existing conditions slide?
Yes, existing conditions, the two viewpoints, the Scott's mom slide.
She's going to be so happy you
said that. There were two of
those. So as Debbie's moving there, just so there's been a lot of discussions about this is one piece of some things that could happen in Morro Bay to improve that circulation. That one, thank you. And so generalizing, we've sort of heard over the years, locals go downtown and visitors go to the Embarcadero, and in some senses, never the two shall meet. So one of the discussions coming out of LEAP was how do we get circulation of the visitors who come to the Embarcadero into downtown? And as folks have been walking and looked at that view right there, it's a good picture of looking at there is perhaps not something that really draws you to walk up what you see right there. And then the next big step for the city will be what keeps you walking the 2 blocks from the top of that plaza there up to Main Street into sort of the heart of the downtown. And that's going to be a tough nut for the city to crack also, but at least we can consider taking some starting steps.
Good, thank you. I have a further question with regard, and the import of this is that the majority of what I heard was from top down. And there is a significant need for economic revitalization of the downtown. And it is as important, or maybe more important than revitalization of this area. And so I don't want to lose sight of that. And I think, just repeating back what you said, there are iconic views when one is down on the harbor looking up that would draw or attract people up to the boulevard, and that would be what one would use in the design of such a project to achieve that, correct? So
I believe that's one of the many mechanisms. Right?
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
I just want to understand it because it's an important point.
That's your pedestrian connection, is that you can see activity and you can see that there's more to come. There's more up there. Continuing to expand your public transit, whether it be trolley or whatever else, and how that ties into your downtown. Continue vehicular traffic, because we're still not at a day where people are out of their cars yet. So that is one of many mechanisms from an urban design standpoint, and the people walking along Embarcadero, giving them a place to see that is an interstitial, if you will. It is a place between it's almost literally halfway between the Embarcadero and downtown. Get them halfway, and we can get them the rest of the way.
Great. Thank you. Could you speak to the public comment that was made, and it's an important issue for me as well, the viewshed issue, and the gentleman that spoke specifically about looking down from the top and using the rock as the icon, the viewshed and height issues below become very important in terms of not obstructing the view of, quote unquote, the water, which is what people are attracted to. So could you elaborate on how this maybe opens that up and improves that viewshed, and what things could obstruct?
That would absolutely be our goal. Now, this is not, like I said, there's no construction documents for this, and as you would look at this come forward and all your developments, you would need some sort of environmental review for a viewshed analysis. I will say that now when you stand up here, there's a series of platforms and bushes, and we're actually removing some of the vegetation, more to do with drought tolerant and water-wise landscaping than anything, but keeping the series of viewing platforms was absolutely something we wanted to keep in mind. That I think that's important to focusing you. Now, I think you can actually frame some of those at times. I think you can provide portals that create more of a rememberable opportunity than just a blank wide open street. In fact, I think this one shows it even better. One of the proposals for the Libertine didn't actually quite come, actually I think all of them didn't quite come out as far. And just by removing cars and putting people into that space, you're opening up that view. You're actually creating greater public access to those views than what is there now by giving cars that buffer in between. So I don't think we're limiting any. I think you definitely need to be careful. Landscaping, building height. None of this is proposing changing any building height. Location of landscaping, location of vertical elements. That's why we kept some of these piles sort of really thin and more on the dainty side. But even the idea that they're leading you, that they're guiding you, it's like a big arrow. Go to the ocean, So we're trying to enhance those view corridors, not inhibit them in any way. If there is something seen specifically that seems to inhibit that we'd be amiss and would like to revise that.
In your opinion, does either A or B accomplish that better than one or the other?
Again, a lot of that has to do with what happens on the outside. So Let me try to get to both of them side by side. I will say A has a stage that's a little more centrally focused, and there was conversation about wind previously brought up and what you do for a windscreen. So depending on some of those details as you progress forward, you have more potential maybe with a stage here and what you do with a backdrop. Again, I think most of your viewing opportunities are going to be up above that, and you'll see right over that. Nothing is any higher in either one of them than Sun and Buns or in where the Libertine is proposed. So I don't think, I don't see anything prohibiting that.
And then my last two questions, but and I'll make them quick. One is this: how do you integrate the remainder of the Embarcadero in terms of whatever plan we come up with regard to traffic and either a one-way or two-way street in that small corridor that we're calling this project with the remainder of the Embarcadero? Is that part of the staging that occurs over time, or are we envisioning really, well, I think we're going from what, Pacific to Harbor to Marina. Okay, above and beyond that, how are we integrating, or is there a plan to integrate that in the future? Or how would that happen?
It would happen through other planning efforts. I mean, this isn't something that's not repeatable. It is repeatable. I mean, you could have the streetscape, and you could decide to continue that on down. You could have wider sidewalks the whole way down if that made sense. I mean, we as you go north into the Measure D area, you know, that whole area kind of changed. It's not the same as down here. So yeah. I don't know that you're really, you know, you're kind of talking about apples and oranges when you get to there, I think. Anyway.
Okay. Fair enough. Last question. Scott, how does this fit into the general plan, local coastal plan update process that's going on right now?
So Michael Baker International is tracking this. You know what we're doing. They've taken a look. They were actually, one of the representatives was here at the earlier meeting when we had the joint meeting with the Harbor Advisory Board and Planning Commission to see what the input was and what people were saying. So they were here then. And so they're incorporating that in the overall larger downtown waterfront strategic planning process, understanding that this is a piece. There's going to be probably a lot more to that document. That document's going to have a lot of action items that go into it that you get to, you know, discuss during future goal setting processes, and you know. And so that's what when that downtown waterfront strategic plan is done, hopefully by the end of this year, then you'll have a punch list of things that you guys can look at for the goal setting process. And so it'll just further that. Some of it, what it'll tell us is how do you get from the top of the stair here, when they were showing there, how do you get the rest of the way up to the downtown area? How do you do that? What should we be looking at for that? And that'll also tell us maybe what, you know, as properties along there that are sort of underutilized, redevelop, what are they supposed to be doing? What's that supposed to look like? What's the streetscape supposed to look like? I mean, we're developing those pieces to make those connections. That's what the upcoming workshop for the downtown waterfront strategic planning plan is going to be talking about.
Great plug. On that segue, I'll pass it over to my colleague. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do like the menu approach. I love food, but I also, when I sit down to look at a menu, I always want to look at the price, which my wife kind of doesn't like as much. But I get a little nervous when I sit down at a restaurant that doesn't have the price next to it.
You have taste buds and price buds.
Yeah. So I guess, you know, my question is, I know we can't really nail down the various prices on these different components, but I think it would be helpful for us knowing that whatever concept comes out of this positions us to be in a negotiating position with future developers. And the more we're asking, the less realistic potentially it becomes, and the more the community would be expected to give in return for the development. So I think it would be helpful if, as we go forward and we start to see some of these components, some of the menu items being selected and featured more, to be able to understand at least rough cost estimates. And I guess I'd like to kind of throw that out there, see how we could do that so it could be realistic, knowing that we can't be too firm on those ideas, but it could help us if it comes down to a couple of different features sort through those, like, for example, the funicular versus slide or stairs, or, so forth. So if you'd like to expand on that a little bit.
Sure. So, I mean, this process with RM, we've not scoped to include cost estimates. I would envision us picking the menu items that we want to move forward with, and that would, again, probably be part of the negotiation process we go through, and getting cost estimates through that process is one scenario that seems pretty likely to me. They'll be sitting down, and when we're sitting down with the folks that are developing those properties, and we'll be saying, this is the plan that we have, these are the amenities that we're looking for in these locations, and then they would be looking to cost those out and see what that means as far as negotiating with the city to, say, lease property in the Market Plaza project, or in relationship to extension of how far their lease goes into the future when we're talking to Burt Caldwell related to the redo of the Libertine, or Doug Redican for the addition to Rosa's. I mean, those are the conversations we'd be having with them, and they have professional architects that they're working with that can give them cost estimates for what these improvements would be. Okay. And then they'll come back with us and talk with us about what that costs and what that looks like.
Okay, I guess I'd like to hear from RM too, because I'm not looking for something explicit or firm, but at least some guidance, if possible, without working within the realm of our agreements. Is there a way to be able to wrestle a little bit with the cost consequences, really, of the different items and features?
Cost estimates are work. They really. You're really probably talking about engineered cost estimates. I mean, that's a real thing. There's a lot of work that goes into that, and so that would be something that we'd have to amend the agreement with them to take a look at. I'm sure they'd be happy to do that. It's just, what's the cost of that?
Yeah, and I think we all have our internal budget or my part of my brain, our price point. Yeah, part of my brain might be a little bigger on that one than some of us, but we're obviously all going to be considering that as we look at the different features. So I did just want to bring that up. Couple last questions. One, within the public review, we are talking about likely sending the updated concepts from tonight through the Harbor Advisory Board, and then separately through the Planning Commission, and then back to Council, each with a public hearing component to it, which will be good. The suggestion of having some noticing on the site and trying to amplify the public awareness of those options, I think is good. And also the idea of trying to demonstrate some of the more complicated or new and dramatic parts of the idea, which would be mostly, in my mind, the traffic flow side.
So you have questions or comments?
Well, the question is, can you talk to me about how we can make sure we can amplify as much as possible the public participation during these next couple of phases within the agreement? And then also, where would you see a demonstration of that traffic flow fitting in? Once we've come to a consensus of the concept, and then at that point it's almost like a miniature parklet or a larger parklet implementation. I'm talking paint and bollards type of an approach. Do you see that something that we could run with, at least to give the community an opportunity to experience it before, as Christine was talking about, before a developer, say, were to move and actually put it in with real money?
I think internally we probably could sit down and work out what that looks like, and that would be something to bring back to council to show it to you, to see if that's something you're interested in. What the level of that looks like. I haven't given a whole lot of thought to that other than probably today, and so would want to sit down internally and talk with folks in the Public Works Department and get some input as to what that might look like, and then that'd be something to bring back.
Okay.
As far as the review process moving forward, that's up to the council. So you in the staff report, you'll note that I identified a couple of different processes. One would be, the way this is scoped right now is RM is here taking inputs, and they're going to go back to their offices and rework the plan and come back with our final alternative, and then I can bring that back to council. Here you go. If there were, significant changes that were wanted to be made at that point, we'd probably be looking at, again, scope change and amendment to the contract. Or it could go through the Planning Commission and Harbor Advisory Boards and have them review them. And we could take whatever input, probably without changes, and bring that forward to the council and say this is what the comments were from those different boards and what they're interested in, whether they like the plan or they want changes to it, and then the council could decide at that point what you wanted to do with that. And so if there were changes to the plan that you desired, then that would be, we'd have to look and see what that costs, see if we could locate funds to make that happen and go down that road. As far as greater outreach, certainly we can notice folks for those types of meetings if that's what you want, and we can certainly put our big yellow signs that we do for projects out in those areas so people can see them and know when we have the meetings. So that's pretty simple and straightforward, and they usually get people's attention. So I think that would work just fine.
Actually, let me just confirm here. The idea that I'm reading in the staff report and that I think you just described is within our current contract for the project, that does include refining, taking input from today, refining the concept, and then presentation to Harbor Advisory Board, Planning Commission, and Council.
That would be staff doing that. Basically, they're going to take the input from this evening, both the council meeting and the joint meeting earlier, develop the final concept plan, hand it to me, and then we're going to do one of two things. I'm going to bring it back to council, and you're going to review it, accept it or not, and we'll have discussion about what that means, or you're going to direct me to go to the Harbor Advisory Board and Planning Commission and bring recommendations back to you. That's me doing it, though.
Okay. But that would work within our existing budget.
Yeah, they would provide the plan, and we would take those if the direction was to go to the Harbor Advisory Board and Planning Commission. Certainly would take copious notes, bring those forward to the council so that you would see what their recommendations are, and then you would have a discussion and make a decision about what you wanted to do with the plan. Do you want to make changes if the changes were recommended or not? If you did, then I would go back to RM and talk with them about what that looks like and what the cost for that would be, and we would go about looking for funds to make that happen. So.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
I was just going to say, somewhere in that process, perhaps after the council, I'm going to say validates the concept, because as we've discussed, I mean, saying approved sounds like that's going to be what's built, and it's really validating a design concept because there will absolutely be changes to it as we go through the concept plan process through the Planning Commission again and likely to council based on exactly what part of this is getting built associated with which lease site or city-owned property or something. So it's going to come back through the community and the council again. But in that meantime, once the council has validated a concept, love the idea of doing some big boards of it with one of those with perhaps some surveys attached to use your phone and take a picture of the Q reader thing, and it leads you to a survey, and you can answer 3 or 4 or 10 questions about what you think about this. Love the idea of taking it through the high school and to give the community. Scott's saying, "Oh my goodness, is that me? And when am I going to do the sign ordinance?" But with everything costs resources, and time is a resource. But there are some fairly low resource things we could do to just let that sit out there and marinate in the community for the 6 months or a year it's going to be before anybody, maybe not quite that long, but before we're perhaps working with somebody and saying, yes, this is the concept we want you to incorporate into your development design.
Great. Thanks for those comments. My last question is tempted to just roll it into my comments, but I will just bring it up briefly. We talk a lot about water quality on the estuary and also water delivery and water use and conservation. And so I'm wondering if the architects and the team in general could incorporate some concepts about low impact development, but specific to water use, water capture, stormwater filtration. I would see that being a really interesting part. We know that our community has worked with the estuary program already to install a rainwater catchment system, demonstration system there at the existing bathroom. Is there ways to incorporate that and expand off of that in the project ahead? And do you think that's within the scope of the project? Not without getting too detailed, but at least commenting on the possibilities.
I definitely think it could be stated as a goal in the overall concept and where you're going with this plan. The idea of rainwater capture or any LID at this level may be not the driver behind the design, but an element that you'd like to see incorporated in. And then we would definitely highlight that and make sure it gets articulated in the plan. You probably wouldn't see something tangible yet. You know, those civil guys, everything's underground and stuff like that. But I do definitely think it could be stated as a goal, and we would make that make sure it's highlighted in the concept.
All right, Noah, thanks. I don't know if I'll be able to get to all my questions, but so many of them were already answered. But I will say that we always told my dad when we were looking at the menu, he had price buds, not taste buds. So anyway, for what that's worth, well, let's get started. So one of my questions, Mr. Buckingham, you alluded to, and I'll just start with that one. My question was, how can we memorialize this document? And you were talking about validating it. The question stems basically from the RUDAT study that we've had. And, you know, it's a good study. It wasn't necessarily a concept, but it was a tool out there that's been out with the city that hasn't necessarily been implemented. It may have been inspirational, but it hasn't led to, you know, something concrete. So when throughout this discussion, how do we validate it? How do we memorialize it? You know, the thoughts of, hey, it's a concept, you know, do we have this, you know, reviewed on a, you know, biannual, you know, as part of our joint council meetings when we review some of our planning documents anyway. But I just want to understand how we're going to memorialize something like this so we don't lose sight of it.
It's a great question. Thank you. And what I recommend we do is that as we move through perhaps the 6 weeks ahead of receiving your guidance tonight, RM putting together a final concept and bringing that back to the council, that we'll put some hard thought into that and sketch out, you know, so we can incorporate some of the questions on phasing and some of the questions on pilot projects and sort of sketch out what some implementation phases and strategies could be for the council to give us guidance on at the same time that you perhaps choose to validate a final concept. In other words, we focus much of our discussion on the Centennial Parkway itself. We've a little less on the Embarcadero sidewalk widening portion this evening. And as Councilmember Heading noted, or somebody, how far does that go out? We sort of focused on the 3 red block portion that you see on the slide, but that Embarcadero sidewalk widening in the public outreach and input actually continued at least down to the aquarium, the future aquarium site, and down to Anchor Memorial Park. And so we can put some thought into that and also look at other key city projects that are coming up. For example, at some point fairly soon, we need to work on the sewer main along the Embarcadero and connect every one of those lease sites to a new sewer lane or sewer line. We would likely want to do that at the same time we're doing these other, considering other improvements. So to shorten this monologue, what I recommend we do is that when we bring the concept back to you for, I'll say, validation with air quotes around it, we'll refine that language and bring to you some recommendations for implementation strategies.
So it struck me during your monologue that perhaps, so with something like this, could we not use this, adopt it as part of our waterfront master plan and submit it for an amendment with the Coastal Commission?
You could, yes. But if you wanted it to be less than that, because I think maybe we're a little less sure about it than that, in the end. Because if you make a change to that, then later on down the road, now we have to go back through an amendment process for the Coastal Commission.
Sure, I do. I get that.
There's a lot of
I
but
understand.
resolutions are great ways to tell us what we're supposed to do, right? If you want to adopt the plan with a resolution, the resolution can say, and we want to revisit this every 2 years. Be right in there, so we know that we're supposed to be doing that. Or it can say we're supposed to go review it with the Planning Commission or the Harbor Advisory Board, whatever. It could say anything, any of those types of things to document what the intent of the council was when the plan came forward to you. That's normally how we do things. When we want to know what the council wants us to do, we write it down in a resolution so we know and we can pull it out. I have lots of them in my zoning code and things like that. I pull them out all the time, and that's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing a lot of the time.
I guess we do have some conceptual renderings in our waterfront master plan to draw from, so it's not unrealistic to have something like this be part of that waterfront master plan.
So I would.
Without being so constrained that if you start to implement it, you have to go through amendments. But you know what I mean, because I think we do have some renderings in there that are referenced for all the development that goes on in the waterfront.
My thought process related to that is the downtown the waterfront plan is going to. The downtown waterfront strategic plan is going to tell us to update that plan because the plan's kind of out of date. It needs a little bit of help in some certain areas. It lacks some clarity and some specificity that we really, I think, desperately need. And so I'm fairly certain that the downtown waterfront strategic plan, one of the bullet points when we're done with that is going to say, go update that plan. And so as part of that process, certainly that's a new plan that tells us what something else we're supposed to be doing down there, what things are supposed to be looking like. So I think it certainly could reference that. Seems like that's a more likely scenario, because it does need to be updated.
Okay. And then the other question I had, which I think was alluded to as well, and I was can we display these concepts, or the concept that is refined after tonight in a visual at Centennial Stairway? Are pretty aware that our community, at least there's a group of morning walkers that go by there. We have enough community. They're not all isolated to the downtown. We have enough people from the community that are down at the Centennial Stairway to view this. And
it's fairly simple.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
Okay. And I think the rest, the RFQ question, without getting way into that, it seems that we've got, this particular concept and the idea that there's development that could help pay for that. And I think the example is, how does that work? The Harbor Walk is an example. The Harbor Walk that, behind every lease site has been developed as a part of a new lease. Mm-hmm. So I think that's an example that we should think about and recognize that that the development of that Harbor Walk, even going out around Beach Street, that area there was part of the lease site development. So I just wanted to point that out. But so when I was thinking about the RFQ and the timing of that, we're really looking at things, and we don't have that downtown strategic plan or waterfront strategic plan or waterfront master plan or general plan update. And we're talking about this particular one, which doesn't necessarily need a general plan update to do concept rendering for something like this. But as we get into a larger neighboring project, we're really kind of pushing the envelope on what we really want to see when our community's talking about what we want to see.
Our downtown waterfront strategic plan is supposed to be done by the end of the year. So
okay.
You'll have the plan.
Good.
Likely in the time frame, that these other things could be coming forward, or at least before it. I think, timing should work out. So
okay. All right. All right. I'll conclude my questions and go to public comment. First one up, Sharice Hansen, followed by Robert Davis and Walter Heath.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sharice Hansen. I own Under the Sea Gallery and Gifts at 833 Embarcadero and the Mermaid Boutique at 725 Embarcadero, which parallels pretty much both sides of the Centennial Parkway. So I wanted to put in my 2 cents. I do like the amphitheater style of the first proposal, but I'm not thrilled about the extended pier. It seems to go beyond the federal channel, so I'm assuming it will drastically be shortened once it passes coastal. So leaving it like a lot of the other public piers along the Embarcadero. I am interested in seeing some form of the glass boat platform. The clear floor will be exciting to pedestrians as well as passersby enjoying water sports. Imagine the reaction of kids peering down as a group of kayakers wave enthusiastically from below. I think that would be really exciting to get people interested in water sports. It will be a big draw for ocean activities and help our water sport rental businesses. In Avila Beach, the Old Port Inn receives a lot of business based on the fact that they have plexiglass on the bottom of their tables. It's almost like they have to go there just because they want to see it. So I think it would be great to have that kind of iconic space right in the center of town for people to just have to go to. The floor, what I think could be happening instead of one giant thing is actually do like a grid-like multiple framed panels. So if anything needed to be taken out, it could be. And also I know that there are simple methods for cleaning the plexiglass that will allow each panel to last for decades. We can use the same techniques that they use on resurfacing foggy headlights on cars. One of the things had the lights across the 2 buildings. I really like that idea. I think it creates a really neat evening appeal. The fire pit idea is awesome, but I don't want transients warming themselves by my shop until all ends of the evening, nor would I want a bunch of smoke coming in through my doorway, and I don't know who necessarily would maintain them. The idea of covering them, I saw that schematic, that looked really cool, and then odorless. So however you would do it, Chris mentioned coin-operated. I know City likes coin-operated items. If you could possibly do that to have the gas go up, and then we'd ixnay some other things that are obstacles about that idea. On a related note, I wanted to bring up the decision process for the 833 Embarcadero development. If possible, I would like to have a clearer understanding of the King's contribution to this stairway development. It was one of the questions at the last meeting. If that would be discussed tonight, that would be great. And then I wanted to draw attention to the need for the Embarcadero to have a play area. This was not a huge thing in there, the Centennial designs, and so I would like to advocate for the TLC family proposal, which includes an amazing family-oriented experience play area and view center that will be harmonious and synergistic with what you have in all of the designs.
Going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay,
Sharice.
And also do a nice view corridor. I have more things like a movie night that I would help to actually do some contributing to make this development happen. And I have some other ones that I can offer.
Thank you, Sharice.
Eventually.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up is, what did I have? Robert Davis and then Walter Heath.
Good evening. My name is Robert Davis. To me, the most important element of this plan is a funding mechanism. And I have heard comment that we would depend upon a private-public partnership with developers. So I think it would be important for us to hear before we proceed much farther whether or not we do have a group or a list or even a single interested developer who has said that, yes, I would like to do something here in Morro Bay that would fit with this kind of concept. Thanks.
Thank you, Walter.
Hi, good evening again, Mayor and Council. Walter Heath, resident of Morro Bay. Three things, kind of moving from general to specific. There's a group of folks who get together who are the stakeholders in the community in civic beautification and art and historical preservation, and we gather as the Citizens Beautification and Heritage Committee. And it includes the Morro Bay Art Association and the Historical Society of Morro Bay and Guerrilla Gardening Club and Morro Bay in Bloom, and and members of the public too. And so we sat around and we took a look at this plan. And one of the things that emerged from the group there, and it was unanimous, was to look at closing off that section between Harbor and Marina and making it a pedestrian-only zone. We'd like to see that option explored with the idea that deliveries could be made between 6 and 9. I know that this is tough because you're talking about, the both plans I saw, one was one way, the other's, a two-way type of thing. And we're talking about, pedestrian only. But I would like to see that happen because what lies immediately adjacent to Centennial Parkway is that large parking lot. And neither option deals with what is ultimately going to happen with that lot. And I think that's kind of the elephant in the room in terms of the development. If there's a hotel and conference center there, we don't want to limit the developers' options in terms of doing some kind of a multi-floor parking structure there where you have that, just the large expanse of parking there. And that's where this specific concept sort of fits into the larger whole and will be dealt with by, the circulation element of the general plan and so forth, and things that need to be considered. The different options for parking. I mean, instead of a multi-level parking structure on the Embarcadero, should we have satellite parking that incorporates a garage, say, at Beach and Main, and the DeStasio's, the lot across the street from DeStasio's on Market right now, and perhaps another lot up where the Bank of America parking lot is in downtown, and then running shuttles, between them. And so then you just have the shuttle as a moving vehicle. I mean, I think you put it very articulately, Mr. Mayor, when you said that, we have to look at how these concepts fit into the larger whole and the processes that are taking place right now with citizen input to look at things like that. So, that is a concern. The second concern for me just kind of went out of my head, but there is one other. The fire pit situation, I have seen in Holland, Michigan, where that whole fire pit concept was incorporated into the designs of the buildings. So in other words, it became part of whatever was developed and built there, and that was very effective. And lastly, in the architectural renderings, you have angled faces there on the in that stub area. I think that's very important. And
I asked Charisse to wrap it up as well.
Yeah. And with the project that you're considering from Mr. Caldwell and King, I think that element of having those angled faces with those facades facing in as they are will really encourage that plaza feel.
Okay, I'm going to have to invite Charisse back if you keep going.
Yeah. But that's basically it. I'd like to see that to be part of their project.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Whew. Try to get everybody their equal share here, sorry. Fun comments. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for your input. I don't have any more speaker slips. So I'm going to close public comment. Thank you very much. And with that, I'll bring it back for discussion. And just to revisit, I think our goals for our discussion, basically, and staff can help me with that, but the goal here is to read the menu and pick out the ones we like. We know we've got the taste buds and the price bud part of this, but we'll have that discussion. And I think we've got great conversation from the public. We've had great conversation from our advisory groups. And so let's concentrate on the concept. And then when we close with that, then we can talk separately about next steps and how we want to bring it back. And so let's start with the concept first. And Ms. Johnson.
Okay, so we're talking about the concepts for both portions.
Yes.
The Parkway and the circulation element.
Yep.
Okay, great. All right. So I did find that we did talk about this project with the Rec and Parks Commission and the Planning Commission on September 23rd, 2014. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Came to council September 23rd, 2014. With the previous project before it went into bankruptcy, but it didn't give me any information there about the stairs. But I think prior to that, I feel like we had a discussion about the stairs. Okay. And then I also just happened to double check. So we talked about how to, in that discussion, we just talked about an elevator or a funicular. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Funicular. Okay. We call them inclines where I'm from in Pennsylvania. So anyway, the funicular, we just talked about whether we wanted the elevator and the funicular, and at that time we also talked about stairs, elevator, view shed, and then making sure that any private development that was supposed to happen there also had a public feel, especially that the elevator looked like it could be used by everyone. So those were the 4 things that we talked about we wanted, and we did vote for the elevator over the funicular at that point. And mostly it's because of the maintenance. We were concerned about ADA and things like that. So anyway, I just want to get a little history on that. And then the last time we talked about this was exactly from August 2015. That was the number 2 LEAP initiative, Local Economic Action Plan initiative. And that was to revitalize and link business districts to increase activity. So that's why we're here. I always need to be reminded myself of what it is the goal was and is. So moving forward, I'll go through my list of items. I know that everyone took great notes on what the advisory board said earlier, and we ended up with a nice amount of public input through emails, and I know that RRM and the city have that. So you see a lot of the same things echoed in both places, so that'll be interesting to see how you put it together. So the core parts for me when I'm thinking about this project, thinking about it is it's a public project. It's a public space that's open all of the time, and it's open to us as residents first. So we always talk about when we're on the council about tourism, but we say, listen, if we create public spaces that our residents like, then it goes hand in hand with what a visitor would enjoy. So looking at it from a residential point of view, I would favor definitely an elevator over anything else. That's what we've been trying to do for many years now, to connect the 2 parts of town physically. I also, it's important for me to enhance the view area with the transition to and from downtown to the Embarcadero. And then this is super general, then I get a little bit more specific later. Just keep in mind, inviting public spaces for everyone. Retain the chessboard, add the chess tables. I never would have known that was getting that kind of use, so consider that. One other thing I wanted to mention is if you have your bike at the top and you want to bring it down, let's say, and go somewhere else, I don't see it on the plan, but they're like little bike gutters where you could just add like a little bike ramp and you can walk on the stairs and push your bike up or have it come down along the side. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that. It looks like a little gutter, but you put your wheel in it, and then you can still use the stairs, and you just push your bike up.
Can strollers fit too?
A stroller would need 2, right? I guess you could just, if your kids, likes the risk, you could do this.
Sorry to distract.
My child would like it, but I'm not sure it's safe. At any rate, it would just be, I'm thinking about, now that we have a lot more people biking to and from north and south on the new bike bridge, it's a very simple way to allow people to move their bikes up and down the stairs on their own without having to shove it into an elevator or, go around again, like you're saying, pushing. So that's an easy way to have bikes move up and down. And then what I'm thinking about is what is the center of our town? So we talk all the time about, we want to have a concert series, but we really never do because we can't decide where to have it. Do we have it at Del Mar Park, so it's close to the residents, or do we have it at, Tidelands Park, or do we have it in the center of town? I mean, where is our center? And the reason I like the concept of the amphitheater here, concept A, is that I think it really does blend who we are as a community. We really are land and water together. And that's really who we are. I could see things happening in that space, especially now with the increased bike connection to North Morro Bay. And I think that is a natural gathering place for the city of Morro Bay, as long as we're able to have us go up and down in a way that is, easy by an elevator. I think if we're serious about this being our center, we should talk to the public about that. Do they feel like this is our center of town? Where is our center in terms of gathering spaces and having events? I think if you create a public space that encourages gathering, you'll then have gathering activities. You heard tonight from public comment, you could have film series there. You could have Shakespeare by the Sea. You could have, concerts throughout the year. Right now, there's no place to have a dance performance by, a dance group or stuff that our kids might want to do and do it in a public space. So I think creating that opportunity when you don't have to call the city and pull out a stage or anything else would be great. So you'd have to have sound in there somewhere too. I don't know if electrical hookup was mentioned, but if we're going to do events, it should be fairly easy to have sound. So I'd like to shop that idea around with council too. Like, is this truly going to be the center of our, the center, the convergence point where two things come together? If it is, then we seriously need to consider signage to get to downtown. Because as you're all saying, it's a natural for all of us to be drawn to the water, but let's get people up. So how are we going to encourage the signage? The creativity should come in, encouraging people to go up from the down. So let's see. I talked about the bike gutter. Moving forward into, are we able to fund this through our partnerships with development that will come in? My experience, when I look at other communities in our county, that is how they fund it. And there are a list of people that the city knows that are local investors who are creating projects in other cities right now. And they have been connected recently in the last 2 years, really right after the LEAP project. That was another LEAP initiative, was to network with folks who do bring projects forward. So this Market Street in particular would be interesting to some people. I've just, through my circles of going to the Economic Vitality Corporation and talking to folks, they're really looking for a decent size. Sometimes some of the things we have are small and, they're really not, maybe there's not that much there for them. So I think something like this would be appealing. And then there would be a list of people that we could contact to say, what do you think about this project? And those people are used to having a public benefit to their private project. It's common. They understand that. So therefore, talking about making that private space public, that is what we want to talk about. So when we move forward into that kind of a negotiation, we want to have a plan that says very clearly what this community wants and expects from a private developer to create a public project. So the more clear we can be and the more specific we can be, that's what we say we would like. And then that's where the negotiation comes from. And if there are pieces of something that we were unwilling to give up, then that's sort of what the city, that's something that the city can negotiate with. So it's better if we're prepared. If we have no plan, then we have nothing to negotiate with, and we might get something that we just think that we don't like or that we just don't find compelling to us, because we need to be in the game. We need to be telling people what it is that our community wants, and this is how we can do it, by having a plan ready to go. So therefore, encouraging that the public space incorporates the private space. So you'll see today, if you go anywhere where, people, private, sometimes you don't know where you are. In a good design, you don't know whether you're in the private or you're in the public. So this is the kind of design that we would want. So what does that mean? Well, it means doors that open. It means seating's available for everyone. It means there's plenty of seating. It means that things flow. So you really don't know. If you buy something here to drink, can you sit down and eat it over here? These are the kind of flow things that I think we're looking at. We're not looking for fences or walls or doors or gates. This area in particular, we're looking for big open spaces where the public meets the private. And that's just kind of conceptual. Other things we're talking about, what kind of colors, what does Morro Bay look like, what's our Morro Bay, who are we as a community? Well, I think you heard a good comment about the colors of wood that come from piers and come from boats. I would say, browns, and then tan, we've got sand, the sand spits right there. That's a tan, a golden yellow color, green. Obviously, sometimes the ocean's green, sometimes it's blue. But we do have greenery here too, a lot of our low-lying plants. So I'm looking for colors that would come back in another design that would be, colors of, wood, brown, tans, green, blues, bringing in the natural elements also. All right, so everything that we're going to create anywhere, either on the top or the bottom, should be low profile all the time. So the view is the number one thing. So any kind of marker or selfie spot, as you mentioned, should be low profile. So I'm also looking for something, the lighting. Mayor Irons was so right about low lighting the path, and I thought I'll publicly say it again. You were right about putting lights on the bridge, and actually our RM did that project for us and was able to get that lighting for the bridge over Morrow Creek. That's the kind of lighting I would expect to see. We have to light it. It won't be. You won't feel safe unless it's lit, but the lighting it's important to keep it so that it is not disturbing any more of our night views than necessary. But certainly, again, I wouldn't be celebrating a big tall pole or anything like this. Okay, I really don't even like lights over the top, but low lights and things that make you feel safe, especially at night. Succulents, we have the most amazing environment for succulents. So anytime we're looking at landscaping, let's consider some of that. They do very well here, and they're just really beautiful, and they have different colors and they have different textures. Okay, when you're talking about one spot where people can take a picture, I was thinking about, where do we go for a family reunion, a spot where everyone comes down? Or what about like prom? Where do there's always that one iconic place you go to in your town where you get your prom photo or your graduation photo or your birthday. So, that I do see that at the top I see that on Market Street for sure. I think that would be something that we would all want to go to and say, hey, let's take everybody and get our picture there with the rock in the background and the bay and the sand. I think it's incredible. Also, we haven't talked too much about it in design, but maybe coming back with some wildlife features, the otters, the birds, the seals, something like that, to echo kind of a little bit more about Morro Bay, who we are. And then getting to the streets. I would so love a pedestrian space. I really, I love them when I experience them. I honestly am not sure we're ready for it here. I just don't know if we're ready to remove parking on even those 3 blocks. Two-way traffic. As much as I would advocate for it, I just don't know if we're ready to go there at this point. So I'm not sure. I could be persuaded to try a one-way circulation pattern. My heart, my gut tells me that I think we should try removing parking on the inland side first, keeping two-way circulation, removing it one place or the other, allowing for deliveries. It would be great if we could say deliveries 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., but I have talked to enough merchants and enough hoteliers to know that those deliveries go to San Luis Obispo first. They're the ones that get the deliveries in the morning. And then because of where we are and the size we are, we get the deliveries after that early morning drop-off in San Luis. Or Atascadero, and they're coming here at like 10, 10:30, 11, which is exactly why they jam up our spots for lunch. You're always down there at 11:15, 11:30, and there's like a ton of trucks there, especially on a Friday, which is like the worst time, but they really truly don't have a space to go to. So again, based on what I've been hearing from businesses over the last almost 4 years, I feel like the deliveries are very key, and I think that obviously that was said frequently because you see it reflected in the design. So I'd love to say let's create a pedestrian space, but I'm not sure we're ready yet because we don't have that full development down there. We'd have a pedestrian space and another empty space and another empty space. The idea is maybe you plan for the future and it will come, and it could be that. I'll be curious to hear what others say, but I feel like right now I'm a little anxious to tank this project with its very good components by putting a circulation element that isn't going to work, but then everybody hates the whole entire project because of the circulation element. So I would just be a little bit cautious. Also, recently biked through Belmont Shores near Long Beach. It's a very busy street and lots of bike traffic. All of a sudden, Long Beach is like a center for biking with many, many paths, but they have sharrows. And I think that as much as I'm biking on the Embarcadero, it's busy some of the time, but not the majority of the time. And I bike with my child, so we're there taking the lane. And I just don't really find it that, I'm not sure we're at the point right now where it's so intense that we'd have to do a separate bike lane. But I absolutely think we need sharrows because it's just easier to then take the lane if you have your sharrows and it's signed. Okay, so yes, crosswalk attention like in Design B. I'm sorry.
Oh,
just 2 more points.
Okay, good.
Okay, and then because then I'm finished with this.
Yeah. I was going to say, well, maybe. Okay, good.
No, there's 2 more.
Good.
Okay. Yeah, actually, that's it. And I do agree with at some point encouraging people to comment on the project who haven't yet caught wind of it. Okay. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, John.
Is there anything left to talk about? Oh, thank you, Christine. So, I'm trying to see what she hasn't covered that I can cover. For me, this is a project where time is of the essence. You know, we have talked about the economy of the city for 2 years, and you know, one of the major issues is the diversification of this economy and to really get the ball rolling. And, you know, from a financial standpoint, I think we know that this city can't afford to fund a large portion of this project, and it is normal and usual for developers to assist in projects like this. We do have an opportunity down there now for that to happen with some development that may occur, and I do think time is of the essence. The themes that I heard today, and I'm just going to capture the themes, and I'm not going to give you my detailed view of concepts or colors because I'm not that good at it. But I did capture themes from the inputs that came from our earlier meeting today, and they were these. I heard maintain the integrity of what we have versus creating new major icons. Now, personally, I think it has to be a mixture of the two. I think it's important to pay attention to the heritage and to build that into the fabric of what you develop, but I also think it's important to have new iconic references that aren't oversized or embellished to the point that they take away from the integrity of who we are and the very fabric of who we are as a community. Second thing I heard had to do with view shed issues. And in general, that speaks to height and views from what I would consider to be the top to the bottom most area, where one would be able to maximize the views of the rock and the water as being extremely important. Third, I heard incorporation of natural vegetation. I think Christine talked a lot about that. I think that's an important concept. And maximizing the use of drought-tolerant vegetation becomes critical and key for the project itself. In terms of outdoor activity, the project has to lend itself to nightlife. I do believe that we need to do something to be able to have activities in this community above and beyond 6 or 7 p.m. in the evening. And so whether it's the building of the stage and or whatever component you might do to make that happen, the more levels that occurs at, and even in small areas, the better. And there are many areas of entertainment that can be utilized as well. But again, I think that becomes very important. Another theme that I heard was a concern about beach access and maintaining beach access and allowing there to be and promoting beach access for not only tourists but locals. Whether that means the sizing of the pier and how far the pier goes out and or a glass bottom pier, I don't know what maximizes that. But I think it's extremely important from a wayfinding standpoint as well as the standpoint of directing people to the beach and having that access becomes key and critical, and again was talked about a number of times. The other thing that was a theme that I think I heard was wide sidewalks, and I think we've all experienced down in the Embarcadero the issue with those tiny sidewalks that we have, but I'm concerned about how we include the broader Embarcadero in this plan. And whether that's staged over time, I think that needs to be incorporated into the planning process, because just doing a small piece of it is not going to accomplish what we need to do. This may be my point, but I think it's important economically. I'm thinking about the reverse look of the project, and thank you for your comments on that. I do believe that this connector is the key to the revitalization of downtown. Believe it or not, I think this is the key, because people come directly down, that is, tourists come directly down to the harbor and often don't look up. And so if you want to revitalize downtown, this connector is key and or critical and paramount to the success of that downtown area. We should minimize maintenance costs. Obviously, I heard that. I love the fireplaces, the evening ambiance, low lighting, etc. That would be available. I think that's important as well. Whoops, lost my mic here. With regard to parking, I do believe that it's an issue. I happen to agree with what Walter talked about and the need for planning for future parking in areas that may not be directly associated in the proximity of this project. But I think that has to be built into this. Parking may not be an immediate issue, but it certainly could be an issue in the future if the development happens as we'd like it to. Did you want to talk about process also, or did you want to wait? Just from the standpoint of...
Okay. We can do that. Thank you.
Okay, so for me, I listened to what both David and Scott had outlined in the very beginning. We've gone from LEAP to goal setting to concept plan, which is really the design concept with a lot of public input, to what we now, I think we'll call a full public process. I think it should involve the Harbor Advisory Board as well as the Planning Commission. I'd like to see this plan come back with all of the inputs that council gives, have it go to those two advisory boards, the Planning Commission and the Harbor Advisory Board, with the significant public input that has already been outlined prior to that, then brought back to council for a decision in terms of where we should go from there. So, thank you.
Noah?
Okay, thank you. I did just want to start by mentioning that when I was first elected, there was, there's always been some discussion about two-way to one-way or complete promenade down there on the Embarcadero. And I have seen a shift over the time I've been involved from the business owners in the area generally. And I think it's something that we are all becoming more open to, recognizing that one of the main things we want to see is create this space more for people rather than for vehicles. So I think we're on track. And I did and continue to recall the process that San Luis Obispo went through with the Mission Plaza, and how much of a battle that was back in the late 60s to close Monterey Street and create what we see today, and we all appreciate and kind of I don't think we take it for granted, but we couldn't imagine it any other way. And I feel like in some ways we're at that same position here, except we've taken more time to absorb these ideas, and it's not as extreme of a shift perhaps. So it's kind of interesting to look at that and think about it in that way. So just to get started, I just have a lot of scribbling going on here based on our earlier two meetings, a lot of the emails received, and my personal notes. A couple of things that I just want to start with, generally with the design itself. I'm really careful about getting too busy with what we do put in there and be more selective. Some of the words that I've written down that I think for me are going to be guiding principles are durability, within the design. That would include things like operations and maintenance and so forth, but being able to be somewhat timeless. The organic feel of the space, we heard that earlier. Functional, of course. Relaxed is something that I keep on thinking quite a bit about. I don't want, activity is important, but I don't want to create a space that is so busy and overwhelming that it takes away from what is a really tranquil setting, and that's our waterfront and the estuary itself and the views. Understated is something that I wrote down as a word that comes to mind, because I think that's, in a way, we in Morro Bay we let the rock and the estuary speak for itself. The beaches speak for itself. We don't need to be as showy as other communities feel like and produce for themselves. Another thing that I think will be helpful for us is if we try to stack the functions of the different features as much as possible. I think quite a bit about the chessboard being a natural stage, and we've seen some performances down there where it's been utilized for both. And so those are some things that I was thinking about. Regarding traffic, I'm cautious as well. I think we could be close, and we're getting there, but I don't want to push something too hard and have that backfire and then basically knock us back in the ability to implement something really exciting. I've recommended that we think a lot about flexibility and adaptability in the design of that space. Things like bollards can allow us to turn that space from two-way to one-way and to completely close it off at times. And that's fairly inexpensive and I think could provide us with a little more breathing room on how we phase out and utilize the space. With the pier itself, I definitely agree that we need to make sure we continue with the functionality of the pier. That in every case for what we're implementing down there, that it's authentic and there's a use for it and a relation to our heritage, and that there's accessibility to the water in some way. So I would agree with that. I definitely think the chess is a really important component. I love the connection with Bozzo Coroscelli and the chessboard and the pieces that he designed there, as well as the staircase and the wood that he salvaged from a redwood tank. I'm kind of reciting some history that I probably should double check before I do it, but salvaging a redwood tank to create the stairway, and then here we are. And so continuing all of that and celebrating our local arts and performance and everything about the things that we hear. And I think it would be interesting to go a little more into that. And one thing that I've thought about, it came to me while we were going through a lot of the workshop today, was we're trying to help people make the connection and to the water, and also between the Embarcadero and the Morro Bay Boulevard and downtown. And I'm thinking about it in terms of, if we're looking at this from above, if this is designed like a ship from above, and the pier itself is like the bow, so you experience on the bow the things that you would experience in a ship on a ship bow. You're learning about the waterfront, the working waterfront, and all those things, the marine environment, and then you are the upper deck is the crow's nest, and when you're on the bow, you're being alerted to the idea that, hey, as a marine vessel, the navigation is very important and views are very important. So inviting you to go up to the crow's nest to be able to look out and having interpretive information available to get you to be able to do that. Pardon me, I was just on a little bit of a trip, so maybe this is carrying over. But it's really, I kind of had this idea. I'm like, I'm going to go out on a limb here and kind of throw some of these ideas out. And then, the main plaza is the deck, and you can incorporate all this stuff, right? Yeah, so anyway, I went out on a limb. I kind of got a little creative, but I think that could be done subtly and in a way to help make the connection between it all and really try to help people understand what it's like to be on a ship. And I think the Historical Society, I think the Maritime Museum, I think the Commercial Fishing Association could all help with those ideas and kind of bring in more elements of that. So anyway, I'll move on from that. Just to close down here, I agree with you that time is of the essence, but I also want to make sure we take our time to get this right. And I'm open to a phased approach. I'm open to recommendations from staff on how to make sure we go through these different public review processes and coordinate it as best as possible with all these other moving pieces. So I feel like a lot of thought going into that is probably going to be worth it and make it a better project in the end that we can understand and that we're proud to implement. That's it.
Okay. You did. You know, it's always a privilege going last. So let's see, where do I start? I'm just going to start with some of the things I support from previous comments. The view shed, elevator, 12-foot sidewalks was mentioned from our planning commission, and I think that there's a note. Also, since the east side of the Embarcadero is not developed, it seems as though it wouldn't be difficult, road or not, to go with a 12-foot sidewalk there. We could move the 12-foot sidewalk inward, but that would be something that would have to. But the 12-foot sidewalk, I think, is important thing that was discussed. The one-way circulation, I agree with the comments. And I think having the adaptability and flexibility for events to be able to open and close it, and we have done that successfully. I'm open to that idea. The harbor, Embarcadero, Pacific Market, one-way circulation could be a consideration. The public space in of itself, I think it's important to ensure that the public space is not an extension of the development, implying private space. Oftentimes, as we work with leaseholders and we discuss the Harbor Walk specifically, it's like, oh, okay, we want seating out there, and pretty soon it becomes almost ownership. So I want to make sure that that may not be a design thing, but at least we recognize that. And then option A, I'm just talking about the preferences and some of the guidance that was requested. I enjoy the option A preference in design, but there's elements of option B, specifically the crosswalk, the wider crosswalk that's incorporated there. The pier itself, I agree that the pier probably extends a little bit too far out. The fireplace makes me a little bit nervous, considering we did have a T-pier fire. It just doesn't seem appropriate. It's kind of a nice conceptually, but I don't think it's not something we necessarily need to include. And the other thing about the pier in that section, how we can tie in those elevations. So recently we had one project that came, Doug's project, where we had a diagonal, kind of his boardwalk. And Scott, I'm looking at Scott because I think he knows what I'm talking about. But how come, if we're looking at either a new pier or however that works out, but make sure the elevations tie in to the harbor walk to the north and the south. This is kind of a key, and we should make it all fit and connect. Lighting, I agree with Christine's comments on that. It'd probably be interesting to whether or not the waterfront master plan, if we have some street lighting consistency around the waterfront in its entirety, not just that area. But I agree with Christine's comment on that. The boardwalk theme and making sure it's durable, sustainable, and then I'm going to pick up on a couple comments that were brought up through the presentation and then our advisory boards, and that's authentic and heritage. And when we were talking about, there's one part about having a sculptured rock in there. A couple things came to mind. You mentioned Bozzo with the chessboard, which I would support. I wouldn't expect that we have some fiberglass sculptured rock thing there. And is it too much to ask that we have some of our rock, even though we're not quarrying it anymore? But Bozzo Corselli has a rock at the roundabout. I think something more authentic in that area, whether it's actually part of our Mora Rock that's part of the project. I think that recognizes the authenticity. It could be informative on why it's there and how it's connected to the rock. So you tie in some education pieces. And then the other part, the organic part about the timbers. When you look at the Libertine Pub right now, there's a planter there with a bench, and it's timeless to the point of where we are now, but I'd like to ensure that we incorporate some of those larger timbers into at least the water side design and somehow blend it inland into the staircase. I think it is great to note from our advisory board members that piece of it. The presentation, we have to understand that it's conceptual at this point, and it's a presentation. It may seem like there's a lot of concrete and it's not quite filled in, but I think by discussing the authenticity portion of the comment from our advisory board members, larger timbers as a part of that, I think it really does solidify that portion of it. Bike rack parking, I know that was part of the design. I'd be sensitive about that. Make sure it's a parking. It's not necessarily in the walkway. So we have designated bike parking, and it's, whether it's a parking space, but it's not necessarily on the walkway. And I just tried to highlight some of the details that I heard from our advisory board members and some of the things that I think were important to discuss. And I think the rest of it was pretty much there. And Noah, thanks for mentioning the Mission Plaza. Ken Schwartz was the guy behind that. And there's some newspaper articles on that. That was quite controversial for San Luis Obispo in its day, but people that don't know about that will look at Mission Plaza and say, "Wow, that was pretty sweet, pretty good planning, very good, visioning there." So, Ken Schwartz needs to be recognized for that work. And then process, John, you talked about process, and I think if that covers all the conceptual part of the comments, we just want to reinforce kind of the process portion of things and how this goes through and how it comes back to us. And Scott, maybe you can just give us the feedback on what Mr. Heading had talked about, and we can finalize those discussions.
Actually, before we go to process, could I just, since these guys are going to have to take this away, just synthesize what I think we just heard as generally consensus of the council on design elements. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to try to cover everything from all of the last comments. So we've all taken copious notes on things like low profile, wildlife features, colors, and the more aesthetic and granular elements. On the concept pieces, I think we heard a clear consensus for concept A with its elevator, its chessboard, its fireplaces, but maybe not on the pier, its functional pier, timbers on the water side, prom photo spot. Generally, those things from concept A. From concept B in crossover, we heard integrate into concept A from concept B the wider crosswalk between the Embarcadero or the bay side and the plaza side, perhaps a rock feature, and I believe that was the main things from concept B. And then I think we heard consensus on wider sidewalks on the Embarcadero, and we heard, I think consensus that while that we need to be careful in moving toward one-lane traffic too quickly, and perhaps in the process and implementation look at testing that. But the good news is that's not. We can likely do much of the rest of this without doing that and still leave that as a future step. So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure that we've generally captured those major design components and see if Scott and Debbie, that is about what you needed.
Confirmation of that, yeah. That sounds like what we heard too.
Can I just want to make one more comment, because actually there's one more, there might have been a few things on my notes. There's one thing that Mr. Heading, Councilmember Heading talked about as well, and I just wanted to reemphasize, that's the top of the Centennial Stairway. That's another key component, and I know we see an enhanced intersection treatment, which is important. Whether or not it's the clear sidewalks all the way up, but that without getting into a bunch of detail on that, the top of the Centennial Stairway is another key in joining the downtown to the waterfront. And then when I was talking about more the timbered features, as I was listening to Gene Dowdy, and that it's not. I think one thing he did say, don't just put a couple of pilings there and rope around it. It's got to be authentic. So if we're doing benches, instead of buying a bench, have benches out of authentic timbers. That's craft made. That's part of what we see, and the stairs coming down, and other construction that is still here. So I think that's part of the heritage component. I just wanted to reemphasize that. I think it's important. Sorry. Thanks.
No, thank you. So if my recitation there sounded about right, then that's what we need to move forward, what they need.
Just one add-on. Did I also wanted to just reemphasize once again, not only the connector from the downtown to the harbor, but the reverse. And I'm not sure I heard that, but at least maybe I didn't have consensus with that. But
actually, no. I think I started this project assuming that was one of the key intents of the project, and I'm hoping that that may have been lost because a lot of the space and features of the space are down lower. But the connectedness is the key component that I absolutely it needs to be included and a feature.
So I think from listening to Scott's description is that Concept A does that, especially as we continue it up into the intersection, and then and actually what I heard was some validation of our thinking to work on those 2 blocks of Morro Bay Boulevard that separate Dorns from the intersection of Morro Bay Boulevard and Main, we've already started thinking about that, but what can we do to better connect Main Street with the top of Centennial Stairway? A little bit outside the scope of tonight, but that is clearly something that is not only been germane to all of the discussions that we've had on this idea of linking downtown and the Embarcadero, but also heard from council this evening.
Yeah, no.
And I did want to follow up on, and during questions we talked a little bit about the low impact development techniques and the water quality stuff, conservation stuff. So I think it would be appropriate if you're willing to, in the goal section, include the environmental stewardship sustainability component as something that'll be a placeholder, really. Not a lot of extra detail involved in this phase, but in the future, I hope we all expect that as the project unrolls.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree.
And actually, there was one other thing I had circled that is probably important for their design, and I heard at least 2 council members talk about lower level lighting and not high overhead lighting.
And I think Coastal Commission will remind us of that. As I've seen projects come through, most lighting on the waterfront is fairly screened and directed in a downward motion. So,
Debbie, did you have one more thing?
I just have one question.
Sorry, this is the last chance we have to give RRM input before their money runs out, or our money runs out through them.
So I want to make sure I understood. We definitely want to figure out ways to bring people up. And in our design, we had shown some kind of vertical feature here, and then when you're standing up there, it said Morro Bay, and that was kind of your prom moment. But then I heard nothing that high, so keep it low. I just want to make sure that I understand. So don't put anything vertical up here. Is that what I was hearing?
Well, we have a flagpole up there right now. You can see it there. And it goes really well with the crow's nest theme of that space, which is more of the lookout. It's the view is the show up there. And that's where I'm thinking crow's nest. It doesn't have to be something that, but it's the view. And anything else you put up there, it's distracting from the view. And there's other ways to get people to understand and be invited to go in that direction.
Okay.
And I think maybe the comment you might have heard that ties to that from some of the folks earlier was we don't want too much that looks like Newport Beach. And when I look at that, the term I used was maintain the integrity of what we have versus creating new major icons that are, I didn't say new age-ish, but...
Okay.
So just really quickly, so your question was, do we want anything high profile at the top of Market Street? Okay, yeah, I think that I would not want to see something like that come back. I think we would get complaints that it would, because if you're looking toward the rock from there, yeah, but I'm thinking of it looking the other way, yeah. So you're thinking like an archway or something, right? Oh, right there.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it needs a frame, It's kind of like a painting. Sometimes you frame them, sometimes you don't. I think this one maybe doesn't need a frame. Yeah. I'm glad you asked.
Absolutely. I think less is more when it comes to a view like that.
With what is there now as effectively, so it might be good to have some sort of flagpole or some singular thing, but not the big platform and all that.
Sure.
I mean, honestly, could we go back and see the flagpole now? I mean, I kind of don't really notice it. Now, I mean, I wouldn't have been able to... I would have lost a bet if somebody said there was a flagpole sticking up there. But does anybody know why there's a? I mean, we need to find out, was that instituted for something important? Is it is it memorial? I mean, it's definitely nautical. But we should find out why that's there and do a little historical research on that flagpole and then decide from there maybe. I'm sure that somebody must know. Oh, someone maybe knows. Okay, well, maybe you can share.
Someone's just decided to put it there. He told me that.
Yeah, well, because honestly, we have enough wires and poles in the town in general. I mean, I feel that way. I just don't, I mean, imagine it without it there. It's amazing. I don't know. I guess I would just reconsider that we need anything that high profile at all.
Yeah, and that's something simple to adjust later. The other thing I wanted to mention is it's one of the key reasons why we didn't support a funicular, other than the cost and the maintenance issues, is that the footprint that it takes up, and it removes space that could be used in that upper deck area, which to be expanded could also start to host more events and viewing. So everything we can do to help people have space to enjoy that view and enjoy that space, that's going to improve the project.
Okay. Process, and let's just circle back on that and make sure where we're at. I think John had some leading comments for everybody for us to discuss.
Yeah. So process. Correct me if I'm wrong. Councilmember Heading was the desire to receive the final concept design plan back from RRM after they've taken all the comments into play, and run that back through hearings at the Harbor Advisory Board and the Planning Commission, take that input, bring it forward to council, and then the council will decide what you want to do with that input, whether that's additional direction. If there's revisions that are requested and the council is in agreement, then we could make that happen and look and see what that would mean from as far as an amendment to a contract with RM would go. And then the other pieces of it, which I don't think we talked about, but which the council probably should provide direction on, is do you want us to put rendering boards up in the locations where the improvements would be made and notice our hearings in those locations as well, so everybody knows those are pretty easy things to do once we have the final concept plans back. It's not a big deal. So that'd be great. Okay, yeah, happy to do that. I mean, that's. Yeah.
I used Noah's term. It was a full public process.
We can do that.
Yeah, it's good from you.
So one just for conversation. So bringing back the final plan, Harbor PC. Consider bringing the final plan back to council and then discuss. Although we're discussing that right here, I guess, and that would be to send those renderings out to the site, right? So if it comes back to the city, we're looking at it, it's kind of like, okay, it's back. Then we send out our renderings out to the different sites there, and then send those plans on to PC and Harbor, and then have it circle back to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the idea was to get the final plans back. We create rendering boards that we could put up down there, and probably look at having some sort of input process for that people could provide us, through like a SurveyMonkey or something. I think that's pretty simple and, something we could pretty easily do. And then take that input and, kind of coalesce it all, bring it all back to you, after we've gone through those hearings. And notice the hearings there as well that we're going to have with the Harbor Advisory Board and the Planning Commission, so folks know where to attend, and do the same, outreach that we do for those types of things with Facebook posts on the website, all that kind of stuff that we normally do.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mayor Irons,
Yes,
if staff would also appreciate hearing any thoughts from the council on RFQ for the Market Plaza property, if that's something you want us to consider bringing to you. I'd also note that can happen simultaneous to the rest of this process going forward, because the RFQ is not going to even result in drawings or anything, concepts. It's just going to result in identifying people who may have the capacity to do a project like this.
So I have a question on that. So to bring back a discussion on the RFQ is the question?
Yes.
Okay. I guess in having, I don't know what the timeline or what the feel of the rest of council is. I guess that was part of the question as far as process goes. If the final concept plan comes back, we can have, a view of the final concept plan and the discussion of the RFQ. And then in the meantime, and then following that, then the concept plan can go on to Harbor and PC and do its. That's all I was saying. So I mean, it's not like it basically just introduces the concept plan while we're discussing the RFQ.
So we've heard, be clear.
I know it's two different things.
What we thought we heard was get the final concept plan, do some outreach with it, and take it through the HAB and the PC to the council for final validation.
Mm-hmm.
Then I just heard bring it to the council, and then it would go back to the HAB and the PC.
So I guess if we're going to do the RFQ, do we want to wait until all that process happens and then do the RFQ with the final one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the RFQ starts to confuse this visioning process.
Good. Okay, I'm good on it.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
So we will lean toward bringing the RFQ at or after the concept validation presentation to the council.
Got it. Good with it. Okay, thanks for that presentation. And Scott and Debbie, thank you. Thank you. All right. All right, we'll take a short 3-minute break and then we'll come back. All right, be right back. Okay, thanks. Welcome back. Moving on to our next and final item on the agenda, item C2, discussion and direction on 2017 Amgen event. And I believe this is have this discussion.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to turn it right over to Ms. Little.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. So I'm going to walk through the possibility of us bringing back Amgen, which would be May 17, 2017, this coming year. Staff recommends the council consider whether or not the city should work to host the 2017 Amgen Finish in Morro Bay and provide staff direction. The choices are for the city council can direct the staff to not participate in this event in 2017, or the city council can direct staff to continue working with Amgen and visit San Luis County to host this finish in 2017. Morro Bay has been selected as one of the two possible cities to host the finish for the Amgen Central Coast section. The other one is Avila Beach. Visit San Luis Obispo County is also on board with a financial commitment to this finish as well. So I want to go through some of the things. Last year when you had Amgen here, you had the start opposed to a finish, so it's quite a bit different. In 2016, Morro Bay hosted the Amgen stage start. The race was seen live daily for about 2 hours on NBC Sports Channel, and then the final Sunday was on NBC Sports. Overall, the race was broadcasted in 200 different countries and territories worldwide, and the broadcast and online exposure to a high caliber of potential visitor was enormous. Looking at last year, some of the things that conceptually now we look back and we think we could have done it better, or would have helped us more. A race start, it has an initial really large audience, but it's a very limited amount of time. As soon as they start the race, everybody leaves. So they all start at the same time and they all leave the town at the same time. The athletes did not stay in Morro Bay last year because of the rooms situation, and there was meal restrictions as well. And there was a lot of hotel guests here in town that were disappointed that the athletes were not just mingling around town while they were here for the race. So why would we do a finish this year? Like I said, start and finish are completely different animals. On a finish line, spectators start lining the route about 2.5 hours before, and the riders cross the finish line in a staggered, wherever they come in time-wise. So there could be a 2-hour window that racers are coming in over the finish line. So you've got a larger window of people waiting to see them cross the finish line, which is really nice. It gets really good exposure to different areas of Morro Bay, and the route would allow for an extended route time in Morro Bay. Let me show you the map. It's kind of interesting. So there's the map that's been proposed by Amgen, and we're not positive if they'd come in off of Los Osos Valley Road or Highway 1, but it would go through South Bay Boulevard, come down Main Street, then go over to Embarcadero, and then it would finish up Harbor. So it would gain some really good TV exposure for our bay, our state park, all the different areas of our town. And it's kind of an interesting idea having it finished on Harbor Street versus down the Embarcadero, and I'll explain why. So why not have the finish at the Rock? So the narrow road going to the Rock through Embarcadero, the race course requires a 60-foot width to do a successful finish, and it does not have that, just doesn't. So we don't have that opportunity. Also, there's a split road down the middle, so that's not advantageous for them to use as well. Very severe traffic congestion in there, and there's not a lot of businesses past Coleman Beach, so it doesn't really help us from a business side as well. Also for the finish, the extending TV viewing time when it goes through the bay, I think is really nice. It shows off pretty much every aspect of our town, with going through the harbor, down the golf course, through the state park. And then when it comes up through Harbor Street, the finish line has that incline, which is really, racers really like that. It kind of slows down the pack, makes them kind of tighten up, and it makes for a really exciting finish, so it has better visibility. More people would want to probably go stand and watch the finish there than on just a flat straightaway. So as far as finish opportunities for hotels and foods here in town, last year at the start, most of the riders were housed in San Luis Obispo, which was mainly because one of the requirements by Amgen was the hotels had to have full banquet facilities. So we've had a lot of discussion with Amgen about this, and they really compared Morro Bay to a lot of the small French towns that a lot of the races go through, that they don't have large hotels, and they have figured out a way to deal with it. And one of the things that we talked about doing was using our independent hotels and then taking this facility, the Vets Hall, and turning it into an athlete's village. And this is where they would have their meals. So we'd set this up in a service-oriented situation and use the catering facility here, and the athletes would come have their lunches and dinners and breakfasts here, which is kind of neat because it's the middle of town, and they like the idea. Other opportunities for businesses in Morro Bay, with this new route going through and then up to downtown, it exposes more businesses besides just the harbor area, which I like. The Amgen staff members, there's approximately 100 of them, they're all given a per diem credit card that's preloaded, and it's up to them to deal with their own food in town while they're here in market. So that's nice. They'll be putting a little bit of money into our different restaurants and facilities here. And then some of the things that I would look at doing is, like there's a VIP tent that's part of our agreement. Instead of just using that to house stakeholders and different people, I would look at it as putting together packages for hoteliers that they can offer a 3-night stay plus 2 passes to the VIP tent. So things like that is more of what you want to do when you have those great opportunities at races. As far as our obligations that Amgen is looking for from us, they are looking for 200 hotel rooms the night before the race, which is a Monday night. It's the 15th of May. I believe it's the 15th. Yeah. And then the night of the race, they want 350 rooms. Food-wise, the team dinner is for 350 people. Breakfast is 350 people. There's a media lunch that we'd have to supply, which is 150 people. And then the finish crew down somewhere at the finish line for 30. So let's talk about the funding of this large endeavor. It is a lot of money. Hosting a stage finish could cost between $80,000 and $100,000, which up to $45,000 may be required to come from the city's general fund. TBIT Advisory Board recommended an expenditure of $25,000 from the TBIT assessed funds to host this event. And then Visit San Luis Obispo County has also allocated $50,000 towards the start and finish together, and that'll be divided up between the 2 host cities. It's likely that the host city for the finish would receive $30,000 from VSLOC. So if it costs $100,000, we're still looking at $45,000 to come from our city budget to finish the total budget. We are still negotiating this with Amgen, and we're really hoping to get it closer to a $30,000 commitment that would be required on top of this. But right now, looking at it, trying to be, safe, I'm going to say $45,000. So in conclusion, the city had a really positive experience with the start. I think that the finish would be a much more positive experience. It's not an immediate that night heads and beds type of event as far as bringing people in for the race. It's a very long-term position that we're looking at, promoting Morro Bay, the destination, and exposing our beautiful town to people all over the world. That's it.
Okay.
Mayor Hines, if I can add one piece of context, talked to Sherry Morales 3 hours ago, who is the AEG organizer, and she's the primary person we're negotiating with. It's a north to south course this year, which means they'll be starting, I think, in Sacramento and ending in San Diego. And so the stage 3, are we stage 3 or 4? So the stage before us finishes in San Jose, And because of normally what happened last year is the riders stay in whatever town they finish in, and then get up early the next morning and drive to their start city. So that's sort of the norm. So last year they finished in Santa Barbara. They woke up in the morning. They drove to. This is the riders. There's an entourage that comes before them to do all the setup. They're sort of in a day before. And so what happened last year is the riders and their teams and the VIP entourage spent the night in Santa Barbara, woke up early the next morning, drove to Morro Bay, and had the 10:10 start from Morro Bay, and went up the coast. Because of the distance from San Jose to Morro Bay, they intend to finish their leg in San Jose, but not stay there, and then bring everybody to Morro Bay. And so they will sleep here the night before the race, and then they will drive to Pismo Beach the morning of the race, start the race, come back to Morro Bay, and spend the night here again. So we will have the riders, the entourage for 2 nights under this circumstance instead of 0 nights like we did last year.
Okay, thanks for that. Any further? So we'll open up for questions, and then I don't have any speaker slips, but we do have people out there, so I'll open up for public comment, and I'll start for questions. And John, you want to start us off on questions?
Miss Jennifer, thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. A couple questions for you. It's my understanding that the money that we're talking about, the $45,000 and the remainder that would come, the total of $100, basically we're supplying payment for these rooms for these 2 nights for all of the riders and then the entourage folks. Is that, and then the food that's here in the vets, is that basically what encompasses the budget?
That's correct, food and lodging.
Okay. So the hoteliers would do well because they would be paid by the city and or whoever else contributed to this. And so that would be something positive for them. How many viewers do we know that there are for this race? And what's the exposure time for film shooting in Morro Bay? Do you have any idea?
Go ahead.
Viewers last year was 1.1 million worldwide, and that is the primary purpose for doing something like this is not for the direct economic impact that day. That will be positive, but the primary purpose is for the worldwide exposure and branding Morro Bay as a destination. And so 1.1 million viewers last year. And your second question?
Well, my second question was the total amount of time Morro Bay might be seen by those viewers.
Again, so different from last year, our exposure should not only be, should be significantly more. Last year, our exposure primarily was a 30-second Morro Bay spot, sometime commercial. Spot's a better word. It wasn't advertisement, but this is Morro Bay sometime during that race day. And then whatever views they showed of the race start, but the race start is not normally live. What is live on TV is the last 2 hours. And so the 2 hours before the expected end, they'll go live on NBC. And then for 2 hours on live television, they will follow the race wherever it is the last 2 hours, and we anticipate the last 10 to 15, 10 minutes probably, will be approaching Morro Bay on the route shown.
So 10 minutes or less in Morro Bay exposure, basically?
I would think it'd be more, actually.
It'll be more, because then they'll cross the finish line. There'll be other people crossing the finish line, post-race activities. And so it will be certainly more than 10 minutes, and I didn't clock what a professional rider would do along State Park Road and into Harbor, but it's probably about 10 minutes on a for a professional rider on a bike. But that will be there will be plenty of approaching Morro Bay, getting to Morro Bay, cuts of Morro Rock, and then multiple riders crossing the finish line and award ceremony and those sort of things.
Good.
I was going to say also, I think that some of the really sharp turns that we have coming into the finish is what's going to garner really good TV coverage, because when you leave a start, you're being very protective of yourself. You're going cautiously. You're starting a race. When you're finishing, you're going as hard as you can to get to the finish. So going to sharp turns in groups is usually pretty exciting, and I think that'll get some good exposure.
So for $100,000, we're getting about 10 minutes of exposure and about 1 million viewers. And I guess I'm grappling with this. And I guess my bottom line question is, I was at the TBID meeting when they discussed it, but I wasn't quite there for the vote, and I didn't have time to review the tape today. But I do remember our marketing company talking about it, and I forgot her name, our representative, Marianne, speaking directly about the benefit, of which really is viewer exposure. It really has nothing to do with heads in beds, which TBID is primarily associated with. My last question is, could you recount for me why the TBID thinks this is a good thing, and why they're willing to spend $25,000 and thinks the city should spend $45,000 out of the general fund to do this?
You know, they're trying to look at more of a long-term look at Morro Bay, and the county is as well. And, you know, there's been a constant, look, immediate gratification as far as filling the rooms, but on a long-term standpoint, we need people repeating, coming back for years and years and years. And so that's one of the reasons why they liked the idea of doing the Amgen, was that it's that long-term growing the awareness of how great the town is for a long-term process, not just immediate. Did that answer it?
You answered? Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Noah?
Yes, thank you. First question is related to our commitments to the tourism industry, and specific to our agreements with the transition to the in-house tourism bureau, and how we would manage and build our commitment to marketing efforts and the tourism package in total. If you'll remind me exactly the numbers, but we had committed to build the city's general fund commitment over the years as the TOT revenues grow, to demonstrate our good faith and our commitment to the tourism industry. So I'm assuming that this sort of a commitment or funding would actually count in that total commitment, and I just want to hear your thoughts on that.
Yes, so with the transition to bring tourism in-house, the city made a commitment to work toward a $300,000 general fund commitment to tourism marketing and promotion. I say work toward because we committed $60,000 in this year's budget, and we committed to increase that $60,000 each year by 20% of whatever the TOT growth is in the year. So I anticipate in the next year's budget, we will likely see TOT growth of about $300,000. So take 20% of that, which is $6,000, I think. And so next year, our commitment would be $60,000 plus $60,000, or $120,000. The $60,000 for this year has already been committed in grants to various things. But it's a good point that the city's has made a commitment to provide support to tourism from the general fund on an increasing basis over time.
So, but I do want to confirm that this would be able to be applied towards that commitment for this upcoming budget cycle, or not. This would have to. This would be looking because the event would be coming up in the next, well, it'd be just before engaging in that process and completing it. So for me personally, I would like to see that this would count towards that commitment, and I just want to understand whether you think that's clean or am I stretching it too far? Or whether that's
stretching
even
it no
necessary.
further than about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So the looking at purely on a fiscal year basis, the $60,000 for this fiscal year has been allocated.
Yeah.
I personally don't think, having thought about this for less than 60 seconds now, that it is unreasonable to view this MGen finish as a broader event. It is unlikely that we will be hosting the MGen every year. And so we had a start last year, perhaps a finish this year. So I could certainly see the council making an argument or providing direction that was defensible to decrement our increase next year for whatever the general fund commitment was this year for the MGen.
No, I wanted to mention that the $60,000 this year that went into grants, we've only given out $57,000 in grants, so there is still $3,000 that's unaccounted for as far as where it's going at.
Thanks. Only other question is the two-night stay concept that you just mentioned with the distance from San Jose. How firm, or I could see a scenario where that's offered, and then as things go on and the race heats up, and in the heat of the organization, they realize they have to make adjustments. Do you think if we hear that, and that's part of the commitment to whoever hosts the finish for this stage, that is, to what degree could we count on that? Because that's a big deal. It also increases,
our obligation.
And I'm wondering, would this $45,000 estimate need to increase also because of that, knowing that many of those rooms are comped? So, kind of a two-part question.
Both of those nights are built into this $45,000 estimate, and I think that it is a firm commitment. And in fact, because we saw some speculation that in previous years there had been times when riders had not stayed in the rooms that they were reserved and had gone elsewhere. That's the primary reason I talked to Sherry 3 hours ago and specifically asked that, and she said she was unaware of that ever happening, that they are very tight with the riders, with where they stay, and that it would be an exceptional situation in which, based on some sort of heat of the moment thing, a team or multiple teams decided to go somewhere else.
Okay. Christine?
So, thank you. I'm not sure that we know the T-bid vote to send the $25,000. How did that shake out?
There was 5 members present: Charlie Yates, Aaron Graves, Maggie Jurgen, Jane Beeman, and Taylor Newton, and they all voted to do it.
Okay. Yeah. And then who's the point person going to be for the entire event in Morro Bay?
As with last year, the primary person will be the deputy city manager, and Ikani will be here in 3 weeks, and we'll get that task laid in his lap. He will rely heavily on Jen for the tourism, marketing, promotion, and hotel coordination part of this. So Jen's really been doing almost all this work because we don't have a DCM right now. He will also rely on recreation for some of the event coordination piece of it, and will be the primary coordinator between for the public safety, public works, and the other full city aspect. We will consider this year hiring an event planner, organizer, a professional event planner organizer, such as somebody like Kyle, who just did the Avocado Margarita Festival, a good value for Summit because this is the finish is a little bigger than the start, and so that is something I'll certainly want to consider as we look at what the tasks are that we have for the deputy city manager, and to provide him some sort of professional event organization experience for this single event.
Okay. And then thanks for looking into the hotel question. Like I said, I think there are a lot of rumors about what kind of hotels are necessary. At least I heard a lot about last year. So it's good that we get a grip on that because, people are told one thing, but if it isn't the case, then we need to figure that out. So thanks for investigating that today. And then also, how will we market this? Like who will be our marketing? Because if there's opportunity, we want to get people here during that race time to be here in Morro Bay for the finish. So how would we market that, and who would do that?
We will market it, Christine, but honestly, that's not really that type of event, just so you realize. But I would go heavy after sport enthusiast people that will book 2 or 3 nights and try to do this offer with pairing it with some other events that are happening for Amgen, and would just go after them really strong through direct marketing.
Okay, great. And then have we talked to the chamber at all?
Talk to Erica. We can talk to her right now, probably. I think she's behind me. Yes, both Jen and I talk to Erica regularly. The chamber board has not had an opportunity to consider this and take a formal board position, but I'm sure that they would consider that.
Okay, great. And then it'll be volunteer management again will fall on the city to recruit and train. Well, actually not train. AAG does that, but we'll need to do the recruitment. So there would be more volunteers we had last year. Okay, great. Thanks.
If I could just also add one thing that has been flowing around a little bit is that while we believe absolutely that the racers and their teams will be staying in Morro Bay for 2 nights, and Jen's done a great job working with Amgen to get them to agree to. Many will stay at the inn where there's facilities for food. Other ones will stay in smaller hotels, which will be good for our smaller hotels with meals here, as she described. Our residents and guests should not necessarily assume that they're going to see a whole bunch of the racers. They're professional athletes in the middle of a world-class sporting event, and it is unlikely they're going to be drinking beers at midnight at the Libertine when they're got a race the next morning. They will be in. I want to make sure we're clear that they will be in town, but that does not mean they're going to be rubbing elbows at all hours of the night with residents and visitors.
And I'm sorry, if you could, so we're talking about Monday night and a Tuesday night, and the race would be Tuesday morning. Okay, thanks.
And that's sort of right on the shoulder of shoulder season. Some would say we're into season then because it's May, but it's not quite Memorial Day yet. But it's close enough to shoulder season and it's a Monday and a Tuesday night that it is likely will benefit our lodging establishments and our restaurants.
Any more questions? Okay, good. All right, good. So how much money did we return to Visit Slow this year? In other words, they paid for the start, 25, I think it was. We didn't use it all. So can you tell us how much that was we returned to them?
They gave us 30, and we're sending a check back to them for 4.
Okay, good. And then has Visit Slow secured the 5-year contract with Amgen for the county?
They've not secured a 5-year contract yet. It's unlikely that. I'll just say they haven't secured it yet. What I was going to say is There's not many ways to have a bike race between north and south without coming through SLO County, unless you want to go through Bakersfield and Fresno. So, so they're sort of in discussions with themselves of whether it's essential to get a 5-year contract or not. They've not secured a 5-year contract. The Visit SLO County Board has, as Jim mentioned, authorized $50,000 this year, assuming that a couple of key things can be negotiated with AEG/Amgen to ensure that everybody's getting the right bang for their buck. So, so that's why we've phrased this, and essentially in giving us should you want Morro Bay to move forward on this, to give us authority to negotiate up to no more than $45,000 from the general fund. Because there's still a little bit of negotiating to be done with Visit SLO County on how much of the $50,000 will Morro Bay get with hotels between Morro Bay and Pismo and Avila, on what the breakdown will be between start and finish and those things.
So as far as I'm sure there's a lot of moving parts to this, so I'm not expecting all the answers or even no understanding where all the questions come from exactly. But so securing rooms, if we're part of the deal is securing rooms and negotiating a rate for those rooms, that's part of the equation as well.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
And one of the variables is what will the rate be. And we really can't or shouldn't start all of that we certainly can't finish all of that negotiation before Amgen decides whether or not they're going to have a finish here. Once they select us as a finish, then we can that's why we've estimated high, and that's when we can start playing some of our negotiation cards, frankly, to get the best value that we can for the city.
I know some of these questions aren't, like I say, we probably won't know all the answers, but, having gone to some of the finishes, usually they're set up, I don't know if they're set up from the minute the start of the race happens or within hours, but, there's, kind of a festival area. There's several big screen TVs. San Luis Obispo, when they did it, Mission Plaza was full. And they had, big screen TVs, at the finish stage of Monterey, same thing. So I guess my point is that in of itself draws a lot of people in for several hours, not just 2 hours of the finish. But I'm not sure if we know all the details of Amgen setting those types of things up, or if maybe that was in, part of, I don't know whether or not San Luis took some of that on, or some of the other race finishes took some of that on itself. So I don't know how much of it was all Amgen and how much of it was the cities that were hosting those events. But I know that, there's a significant stay time for people that are hanging out, watching the race. So, those types of things we don't really know. Okay. And then
I can give you just a couple things on it, though, if you'd like. There's a Michelob Ultra Beer Garden that will be set up somewhere here in town, and that would be one of their things that you're talking about, which is a pretty great thing. And then the VIP tent. And then Amgen does a separate thing. It's a breakaway event, and they offer that to specific cities, and they haven't decided who they're going to offer that to. But that would be another thing that's a possibility of happening as well.
Okay. And then volunteers. So for those who are volunteers and are watching, thanks for volunteering this year. And I just want to make sure that, we're providing meals and stuff for the event coordinators. How about our volunteers? How are they taken care of? And how will that be part of this as well?
I don't recall how it was done last year, if there were meals for volunteers or not.
Okay. All right. Those are all my questions. And with that, I'll open up for public comment and get on to discussion. So public comment's open.
Hello again, Erica from the Chamber. I was new on the job. It was May. Amgen was happening. I said, yeah, let's do it. So there were a few things that happened that I thought were very just observationally excellent for the local economy, which is that it's not just the hotels, it's also all of the catering opportunities. So some of our local businesses were able to secure fairly significant contracts to be able to do the catering in the VIP hospitality tent, where there was, they featured our local smoked seafood and kind of enhanced the space. There was the rock, it was atmospheric, and they did a really good job of portraying Morro Bay to these people who are coming from out of town. The Coleman Beach Party, which was kind of a bust, we didn't know what to expect, but something like that with the festival that you're talking about. Kyle is amazing with coordinating local vendors, so what a great opportunity. And then that progressive dinner that happened was an excellent example of the business community and the residents coming together to do something and share this experience that doesn't happen often. So I would definitely say that would be something to explore again. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Erica. We don't have any speaker slips, but public comment is open for those who'd like to speak to the item.
Thank you. My name is Robert Davis. It's not going to mean much for the $45,000, but the San Luis Obispo Bicycle Club traditionally contributes $1,000 to host cities for Amgen Tour, and I know that they'll do that at least that much again this year. Thanks.
Thanks, Red.
Bob Keller, Morro Bay. I think this would be a good event for Morro Bay because, like they say, it's a long-term investment. And also that some of these sports programs replay this occasionally on TV. You get a replay effect. So there's another good way that we get more exposure. And so I'm for this. I think it'd be great for Morro Bay because I hear all my friends talk about Morro Bay, you get the Amgen. Wow, that's great. And before I forget, I forgot to mention Morro Bay band and cheerleaders. They're part of our homecoming, and if it wasn't for them, they make it very exciting. So I want to give them credit for that. So I can't forget the cheerleaders and the band, plus the football players and homecoming. So everybody come out. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, with that, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. And anybody want to lease out for discussion on this? Or? I will, because I went from the committee last year. Okay, all right, Christine. Yeah, Christine, you want to lead us off? Do you want to lead us off in discussion?
Well, I was, Jamie and I were on the committee the local committee last year, so maybe I would just begin and then kind of share some things. Okay, so it was interesting to sit and attend the planning meetings from the beginning until the event, and then to attend the event as the city's representative. And my job was to pull together the local interest activities that happened on the stage. And I will tell you that gathering together people, like we had the high school choir singing, and we had the breakaway cancer survivor, and coordinating that, and some of the other local speakers. I will tell you, it's a very exciting event, and I had numerous people come up to me that I didn't know who lived in Morro Bay, came to the start and said, yeah, this is great, but we really need a finish. I was very surprised at the level of excitement of our local people that day over the event itself. So if you watched Facebook, all kinds of people were posting. Everyone was down watching. There were multiple videos of the racers going through different parts of town where everyone was, and they were sharing them and posting them. It was a very exciting activity. It is astonishing to see how these teams roll in, big giant buses. I mean, I'm not sure if everyone, I don't remember who all was there from council. I just know Jamie and I were there. And, our volunteers, we had the Lions Club assisted and other volunteers. They were excited. They did eat at the VIP tent, now that I remember. But again, it was just that morning, really, so they came in afterwards and ate. The catering, the local caterers were fantastic. The local florist was terrific. Everything in there looked great. It was a very well organized. Our public safety team did a fantastic job reorganizing traffic and securing the location. They were very excited about it. When the racers pulled in their giant tour buses and all their cars with the bikes on top, I mean, it is very exciting. But the one thing that happens here is we have access to the riders that other people were saying you could never have in Europe. And that's why people like to come to the U.S. is because the access to the rider that day, you stand by their van, you see them come out. I mean, I learned a lot. I learned a lot about a subgroup. I learned a lot about people who love racing. I learned a lot about our own community and the love they have for this event. So I am very excited to try once a start. A finish. Yeah, sorry. We did a great job with the start. Yep. And I will say the feedback then also from AG and Amgen was that Morro Bay did a fantastic job working with them as well. So it was seamless. There were 1 or 2 complaints that day. Someone couldn't get where they needed to go. But honestly, we talked to her. It was an email, and she said, "Okay, all right, I get it," and I'm sorry. And it was just there was a street closure, and she couldn't get through. So honestly, being that involved in the production of it, going to the planning meetings, seeing how the city staff interacted, I'm supportive of the finish. Remember we also had our whole elementary school came out and watched the riders go by. There was 500 kids down there. I mean, it truly was beyond my expectation of excitement. So I'm willing to commit necessary funds to try a finish. We're in the long game with our economic development and our tourism. We're playing for the long game, and this is an investment in the future. I don't expect that we will want to do it multiple years in a row. I think this is the perfect chance for us to try a finish because we've had success with the start. I wouldn't necessarily think we do it over and over because it just gets tired. And we won't be asked to either. They want to move it. Last year, I wanted to share this information. So I then, after everyone left and my son came home from school, we went on and watched live the end of the race. And it was an hour we watched, and it was flying over the finish, following the riders. And, we'll have to figure out that with the helicopters. But what you get is an hour they're flying over Monterey and showing you all the features of Monterey and talking about Monterey because there's really not much to say until the riders get close. So they talk a lot about the community where they're finishing, and they show you various views. I mean, we saw the water, and it was over and over and over. So that kind of thing will also happen for us, especially when things are even more beautiful. Laguna Seca is not that beautiful, but yet here we've got multiple things to show. The rock and the bay and the activities on the bay, right? So I really think it's rolling the dice, but it is kind of following along with what we've been trying to do on this council, and that's build toward the future, take a chance on something that pays off in the long run. And, I'm happy to see it was a 5-0 vote from the T-bid. And again, I'm just telling you my personal experience being down there and having multiple residents thrilled that we had it, but saying now we need to have a finish. So otherwise, I do want to mention that if we do use the Vets Hall, and just please make a note somewhere if we end up doing this tonight, we'll see how it goes down the dais, but our community dinner is held here every single Monday, and it has been for years and years. So just somehow, if we're going to use this facility, we will have to relocate the community dinner to somewhere else for that night. So we'll want to plan for that because it really isn't that far away. The community center for the dinner, or the community center for yeah, I don't know. That's a great question. Noah just, yeah. So anyway, just so you know, there's use for that. I just wrote a few notes. Oh, and I should also say State Parks was also heavily involved. CHP, they were all involved in the start. So we've already had that partnership to do the finish. So I think it's a good opportunity for us to do it, and I would support it. And I would support going up, allowing staff to go to 45, but really trying to keep it at what it was last year, if at all possible, because it is a lot of effort on a small city. And then to communicate really clearly to the community that this is happening, so we avoid, there'll be longer closures this year than we were used to. So really, really being out in front of it on our public communication would also be key. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Christine. John?
Thanks, Christine. I have thought a lot about this, and I I have several problems with it, and I do not agree that it's appropriate to take $45,000 of general fund money at this time, given the magnitude of this city and the financial challenges that we have. And in listening to potentially what the return on investment might be, there's really not hard data nor good information to say that in the long term there's going to be significant benefit to the community. And I think, taking a $100,000 chance that somewhere there might be some unknown return that can't quite be quantified, especially when it's not budgeted this year. We've already spent the $60,000 increase this year that we had allocated. We're talking about now adding another $45,000 to that for a one-time event, for exposure internationally, maybe for 10 minutes. I do understand the camaraderie and the positive things that happen with the community getting together. But even your marketing people will tell you that that's not why you do an event like this. That is a secondary benefit. So in deference to the T-bid and in deference to my colleague, I just cannot justify personally $45,000 expenditure out of the general fund for this. That's my feeling. Thank you.
Great, John. Thanks. Noah?
Yes, thanks. I hear what you're saying, and I actually went into the last event, which was much less of a contribution. Surprisingly tepid on it, just a little cautious about it, and I think that worked out. I wasn't able to attend that event. I was at a Air Pollution Control District meeting, but everything I heard about it was very positive. I guess I'm thinking and agree with the concern about the general fund component of this, and I could accept a portion of general funds commitments, but I'm interested to maybe get some better understanding of where the T-bid board falls on the commitments. And at this point, they've laid out their recommendation, but what's their limit and what's ours is kind of what I'm interested in trying to define and see if we take a little more time and ask them to perhaps we match more, we reduce ours, they increase theirs, and then we're more even on the financial commitment to limit the general funds expenditure on the event. I don't know if you've thought at all, John, about what is your limit on this. It's certainly more valuable in terms of the effects to the community than the start due to exposure alone. And so I would assume that you'd be comfortable with something beyond what we contributed last year, but I don't know that. But less than what's being suggested now. So I guess I'd be curious about that from your perspective and also from the T-bid's perspective, and see if they'd be willing to up what they're contributing, and it might need to involve some degree of not a loan but a note to the next year's budget from their perspective on it. And is it worth it? Looking at all the different events that they're involved with, is this one worth amping it up even further to try to get it? So that's where I'm at on it right now. I think maybe a little more conversation on the financial side would be good.
Great, thanks for those conversations. I probably got as much to say from Christine's perspective on the event from last year, but I'll save those remarks. But certainly I'm thankful for the volunteers and the staff work that did. I mean, it was very well coordinated. The Amgen staff was very, very pleased with the way the city of Morro Bay coordinated everything. So I think, there's a lot of congratulations that should go around for that. I'm interested in a little bit more conversation about the funding part, and I appreciate the perspective from Councilmember Heading. I think to be able, for one, I think we did get into a commitment with TBID on how we're funding from our general fund on an annual basis. But obviously this falls in May and not past the fiscal year. So, how do we reconcile that? I'll say this, I'm supportive of the event. I wouldn't be supportive of the event on an annual basis. I think there's a couple things from a marketing standpoint and from Visit Slow and from what we as a city committed to from both the TBID and then the Visit Slow portion of it was that county component. And I think it was interesting when Chuck Davison was talking about looking for a 5-year commitment from Amgen to have one stage. I wouldn't look at Morro Bay being excited about doing a stage every year. I think it's a lot of work. I think the start was a great way to do it. It was very successful. Finishes are a little different, and I'm not sure the community would want a finish, next year and the next year after that. I do feel as though Morro Bay should contribute from the standpoint of marketing San Luis Obispo, and I think that's what that's about. Having a stage race in the county, whether it's starting in Pismo and ending in San Luis Obispo, or starting in Pismo and ending in Morro Bay. I think there's benefits. I think that's where we're at as far as investing in the tourism component. But I think Councilmember Heading brings up a good point on how we do spend those funds, and I'm sensitive to that as well. But it's, I guess, how we can reconcile those funds from our commitment for the 17-18 budget. And I guess that's the conversation that, Noah, you're bringing up. So unless we have some conversations from staff on that, those are my comments.
I do just have 2 notes, Mr. Mayor, as you deliberate. One might be helpful, one is not going to be helpful at all. The one that might be helpful is the start last year required nothing from the general fund. So the start was, I asked for, when we approved the event, we said there might be a requirement for the general fund, but the $15,000 commitment from the TBID and the $30,000 commitment from Visit Slow County was sufficient to cover the entire cost, and in fact that's why we're returning $4,000 to Visit Slow County. So no general fund money went last year, if that helps or not. What won't help is, unfortunately, Amgen/AEG is going to make a decision on the finish stage in about 10 days. And that's just the way these events work. We couldn't budget for it last year and guess that we might be asked to be a host city and budget money for it, and the timing of it is such that that we probably will have a lot of difficulty crafting a way to go back to the TBID and get sort of almost negotiate with the TBID board. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. I wouldn't support going back, negotiating anyway. I think we can, take care of that tonight. How about reconciling, our commitment from 17-18? What's the conversation about that? I'm looking for. No, actually, for Dave. But if you have a comment on that, John, I'd be interested in what your feelings are on that.
Well, I want to say that from an emotional standpoint, it's a fun event. It's a wonderful event again for bringing the community together. But as a council member, my thoughts are that we've set a budget, and this is an exception, and I have to evaluate the return on investment, and I do not have good, solid information that tells me that for $45,000 investment of the general fund money, that I have a guarantee that there's going to be a fairly good return on investment for that. And we're not a city that has significant excesses of general fund money. We're a city that's struggling to pave our roads, a city that is struggling to pay adequate and compensation. And given that, I got to be honest with you, I just cannot justify in my heart, in my mind, and I struggled with this because, I made some calls, I chatted, I asked questions, and I can't get hard data that says to me, hey, do this because, it's worth 45 grand, other than emotional, anecdotal stuff, and that just doesn't work for me for where our city is right now. If we were a city that had a general fund excess of $1 million or $2, $1 million or $2 million, I'd have no problem whatsoever in doing this. I think it would be advantageous. I wouldn't need as much solid data. I should, but I probably wouldn't because of the excesses that we might have. But we have so many things to do, and this doesn't fall on my list as a high priority item, given the other priorities that we have in the city right now. So I just can't justify it. That's my thought.
Good.
Yeah.
Was there a response on reconciling this in the 17-18 budget?
I might not have heard that specific question again. Did that come up when I was Jennifer and I were talking? What was that question?
So the question was, we've committed, financially to next year's budget. So even though May doesn't fall within that fiscal year, I think Councilmember Smuckler was talking about how we can, reconcile that. So if we're committed in 17-18, this for next year's budget, we'd be able to kind of reconcile some of the funds and maybe not commit the same amount of funds we would, because we'd be offsetting it for this year. I think that's what you were saying. Yeah. Is that what you were saying?
It was kind of what I was leaning towards, mostly thinking about our commitments to the Tourism Bureau and supporting marketing in general. But as I think about it, it does feel a bit like hocus pocus and messy. So I'm very cautious about trying something like that.
Okay. That was the question.
Unless staff had an idea that would work.
So a couple ideas. One is that we posted a fairly substantial surplus in last year's budget. We'll be bringing that surplus to you at the council meeting at the end of October, fairly substantial being nearly $500,000. So you could, this doesn't get to Councilmember Heading's fundamental issue, which is, as I hear it, his fundamental issue isn't whether or not we have money, it's whether or not it's a good investment. So there are adequate funds available in order to make this investment should you want to do it. I think that's probably the easiest way to say it. And whether that is a future commitment to next year's funds or out of last year's surplus or we are assuming that TOT continues to perform like it has the last 3 months, where we will outperform our TOT projection this fiscal year by at least $100,000. So there's again, none of this is going to address the question of whether the return on investment is. It doesn't address the return on investment issue. What I'm trying to communicate from the staff perspective is there are adequate funds available in order to provide $45,000 to have a finish should you want to do that.
Okay.
Thanks. May I?
Yep. Yeah.
I think, John, you bring up a great point. And I know that there was data that's been shared with us over about the economic impact. So what Amgen can offer you is what I've just found is it's the largest annual spectator sport in California event. And they say that 2 million people annually pay attention to it. And they say that the tour and related activities create an estimated economic impact of more than $100 million annually. Now, that's Amgen's own figures. But I do believe we all received that glossy book about the race. And I think in there was economic impact information. Now, sure, that sounds good, and we're relying on Amgen. But I think my understanding, after being on the T-bid liaison for 2 years and listening to other communities go through this, is it there? How do you put your finger on any of it? And it is a concern. But certainly there would be, if we needed to get some more documentation about what the county estimated the impact was over the past several years and other communities who've had the starts and the finish, then we could at least get some baseline. That still may not cut it for you, but just letting you know what's been out there and the sort of what other experts, not me, are saying. But I'm wondering, are you comfortable at all with any general fund input or none? So I was wondering about that question.
For you.
Sure. Yeah, well, I know. Yeah, it's following the chair's role. I don't want to prolong it or be argumentative at all. That's not my style. But my point is this: I would not feel comfortable walking down the street saying that I allocated $45,000 of unbudgeted money from this city to this event, which I can't put my finger on hard data return, despite what Amgen's information says. It doesn't have an average return on investment for cities. If we were a larger city that had a general fund excess, I would feel comfortable doing this. I would rather see the $45,000 go into our reserve account for what I think is an underfunded liability that's going to happen with CalPERS, because their number that they're using for investment is out of whack. And I've been reading recently that the state is going to be in big trouble with regard to the ability in cities to fund that liability. And so I would put it in reserves if we had it, and I would not do this because I don't see that there's a significant return on investment, and that's just the way I feel. So
So I have one more question. So if we were allocating per our agreement, so we have a resolution with T-bid for supporting X amount, right? So we were estimating $120,000 for 17-18 fiscal year is about what we'd allocate. So if we were in the 17-18 fiscal year budgeting portion of that, and that was in that budget, would you be saying that because it's in the budget, you would consider allocating funds for the Amgen event because it came out of that commitment, or is it because we haven't committed the money from our current fiscal year budget?
My primary issue is that I don't see that there's a return on investment for $45,000. That's my primary issue, no matter what year we spend it in. And then number two, especially, my secondary issue is that it's an unfunded, unbudgeted allocation, and I would feel morally and ethically improper making that determination based upon that. That's just me, and
well, that's
based upon, and I've said it 3 or 4 times, based upon what I'm trying to understand is a reasonable benefit to my community as a whole. I went to the event. I enjoyed it. It was exciting, but I can't justify spending $45,000 of general fund money just because of that. It's not about that. It's about what do we get in terms of our investment and what kind of return. I think there are alternative uses for the money. If we have that kind of money that's excess, that we should be allocating these funds to in deference to this. I just don't think it's an event that I can see substantially returns significant dollars to us. That's my issue.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just
okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Noah.
Yeah, and I think what you're describing is a frustrating part of quantitating the benefits of
Marketing in general.
Marketing in general.
Yeah.
So we're going to run into that everywhere, and I guess I'm thinking about how much we've contributed and spent on other events in the community, and trying to put this in context with that. And
We've spent that much money in events this year.
Exactly.
Yep.
So I also agree that the information that we have here in the glossy is compiled by the race. It's the markets that they surveyed based on the demographic information, which is really impressive. These are the sort of people that spend a lot of money when they show up. But it is the markets they've surveyed are in Santa Rosa, Sacramento, and Folsom. So, do those same sort of people at the same level come to Morro Bay when it's hosted here? I don't know that. So there's a lot of questions with it. Unfortunately, we don't have as much time as we probably need to have a better dialogue with the Tourism Bureau, and who are our experts, including the board members, to try to weigh the value of this versus the other things, because we have committed to invest in tourism. And we do that because we know that's one of the key drivers to our economy here. It's just, to what extent do we think this is worth that? And 45 may not be it, but where is that spot where the Tourism Bureau and us would say, yes, this is worth doing it, and it's going to credit towards the city's general fund contribution towards tourism and all of those things, and it all makes sense together as much as we can reasonably achieve anyway. So I'm inclined to agree with you unless we could have a better dialogue and come up with a better understanding from the Tourism Bureau and the board members themselves on that. Otherwise, I think we're getting pretty far out on a limb if we're not willing to spend the $45,000. We can't expect them to want to pick up the remainder of any level that we don't contribute. So it wouldn't be the end of the world if we didn't participate.
It wouldn't be. And I think the other part of that is, maybe not this coming May, but for next fiscal year, if we want to have that discussion with the allocated money towards tourism and get some better data, maybe that's a better time. And where it's part of the budget. It's not, as you say, hey, we haven't budgeted for it, and that's part of the deal. So, it's not the end of the world if we miss it this year. There's always another time. I think part of that is, and the Amgen tour, as I understand it, it's great to keep maintaining a relationship with them if we want to be a host city in the future. But I think what we have established, and I think it's a positive thing, is the countywide connection. So from a county's perspective, we're looking at one stage within the county, and maybe that would be some data that we would be able to obtain from our county marketing agents that we're associated with to help us with that, because I think marketing the county, we're one part of that, and I think it's important. So marketing may not be the kind of data that you can draw to 100%, but there's some pretty good data out there, and it's pretty interesting, especially when it comes to sports marketing and the return on that, because if it wasn't all that good, we probably wouldn't see the sponsors that are so active in the events that are out there right now. So with that, I'd entertain a motion.
Well, I'll move. Oh.
Any further questions?
No questions.
Any further discussion?
I'll wait to see what the motion is.
Well, my motion is going to be that we direct staff to continue working with Amgen and Visit Silk County to evaluate opportunities to host a stage finish at some point in the future, and actually, and our local tourism bureau. I want to include them in that. And I might just that we, I'm going to end it there for discussion.
Okay.
If there's a second.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Smuckerler, second by Councilmember Heading. Discussion? Yep.
I think that what would have made it probably a different decision or a more informed decision one way or another would be to have a bit more information on the ROI and economic impact, because I know it exists because we've seen it before. And I think the mayor makes a good point. If it didn't support anyone, then we wouldn't be seeing it at all continuing, in California. Mm-hmm. Certainly Visit SLO County wouldn't be trying to capture it for 5 years. So I think, I think it's an opportunity that we should pursue this year. I think we'll get lost in the shuffle, quite honestly. And I think we have the momentum to build. But if there isn't the support for it, I'm going to vote no on this, because I think we should be doing this. And we could get the information, build back the information, I suppose, that we don't have in this particular staff report. But, I think it's a missed opportunity. But I certainly understand and respect everyone else's views. And, just one of those things we might disagree on.
If I can comment, I think you're thinking more boldly than I am on this, definitely than John is. And I think you deserve credit for that, because this would be a bold move, that would likely move the needle and be helpful. But in terms of the bigger picture, our margins aren't quite as broad financially, and we just, I'm being the price buds. Price buds are kicking in on this, I guess. So, just being a little more cautious on this end.
In another day and another time, this may well be a great opportunity to take advantage of, with 10 days notice, with a budget that's just about over, and it's an unbudgeted item without good data to support it, and so many other priorities for spending. That's where I'm at with it. So I'm not discounting the validity of the race or the possibility that it could be a reprioritized investment in the future, but I believe there are other priorities that supersede this, and that's really my issue.
And in closing, I made this motion because I think it is important to continue this relationship, and I think there is still a window where perhaps Amgen would say, you know what, here's a little bit more time. We hear what you're saying. We'd like to offer you or provide you with a bit more of a window that could come back with an updated proposal with some of these key details. I'd entertain an option for this year. I just can't do it right now. So my motion's somewhat open-ended as far as in the future, because I think there could be a possibility of that, particularly if another community is struggling with it the same way we are for the financial side.
Great. Well, some of the closing comments for me, I appreciate Councilmember Heading taking the lead on the conversation. I think there's probably some other discussion points we had earlier today having to do with employee wages and whatnot, and I think that that resonates on how we set priorities, and we have set priorities on our budget. So for that, I would support the motion. And with that, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-1. And with that, we're at 11 o'clock. Can we close this meeting without any future agenda items? None for you. With that, our future next item, our next regular meeting will be Tuesday, October 11, 2016 at 6 p.m. Meeting is adjourned.